Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button to go with the Ko-Fi link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a quick shout out to Amish Earther, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, Unimento, JMelds24, Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealand, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Oh, God, no. Now, for me, my Friday night, Saturday morning is the only time I can actually get on this at this time. So I enjoy it.
That's good to hear.
I absolutely love it, mate. Fair income. It is awesome.
Mic check.
Hey, Neil.
Who's the new voice? I'm glad someone loves the show. I love it too.
Now, I've been listening to your episodes for a while, and yeah, I've only been able to jump on and listen to live shows a couple of times, but yeah, thoroughly enjoy it. I enjoy when you grab the videos and pull them apart. Very entertaining.
Oh, good. I'm very pleased to hear it. Hopefully we can do more of that today.
I didn't get your name. What's your name?
Matrix.
Oh, Matrix. Okay.
Did you manage to
Absolutely.
check out Planet Peterson's episode?
I haven't seen Planet Peterson and his latest episode. Didn't we cover him recently? That Planet Peterson we did a few days
That was
back?
seeing Matrix.
My only downside, sorry, is because of delays of me being at work and only being able to be live on one. I'm a couple of days out on watching YouTube stuff. So one of them I did watch, which was pretty funny when it got ripped to shreds. Planet Peterson.
Any idea what we're covering today, Neil? You got any suggestions?
You did the Planet Peterson the other day. I do remember that. But I have no suggestions. I've just been going nonstop. It's like everybody. Freaking price of everything is sky high.
I bet I can get some support.
Nathan, are you serious? I don't even want to talk to you. Goodbye.
Alrighty.
I know he's your friend, but no excuse.
Just I'll win aside
No
for a
excuse.
minute.
He's at it
Is
again
anything-
this morning. Doesn't apologize, and he's at it again this morning. Cursing you out, swearing, and lying about you.
Yeah, he's angry and hungry, isn't he?
Hey, Nathan, I'm hungry too, and I have children. All right? You don't do that to your mates.
Either way, like I say, I can see between the lines when it comes to what he's actually saying. Have you read what he says in his campaign underneath the campaign? Did you actually read it? He says exactly what I said under that campaign. But there we go. People want to read between the lines when he's screaming.
Give him 500 euros and he's back on your show.
Yeah, that's not really what he's saying, though, is he? He's just saying he needs 500 euros. That's what he's really saying. Like I say, you don't have to read between the lines when he's literally screaming it. But that tends to be all people want to focus on. There we go. Such is life. Come again. Say that again.
I'm guessing you don't know what kind of show we're having today, so I was just wondering what you feel like. You know, what your feeling is as it's a Friday. Maybe you just want a quick show, or you want have an anti-flat earther like Peterson, so we can laugh at, or another episode where we're directly addressing the priests, such as Brian Cox again. I was wondering what you're in the mood for.
I'm never really in the mood for any. I like doing the show, full stop, so I don't really mind what we do. I always enjoy doing the show, so that isn't really... I'm not thinking, what am I going to enjoy the most today? Or will I get off early? I don't tend to think that. If it's dragging its heels towards the end of the after show, I'll end the show, you know, but I'd rather it carry on. You know, last week I've done multiple 4-hour shows, and I'll be honest, because they're good shows, they're going for 4 hours, but that means I'm actually more worn out. So, you know, from a how do I physically feel point of view, yeah, I could do it a good short show. But do I want a short show? No, I don't. No, definitely not. In terms of what we'll do, I tend to read the room. It's like, I've put a little hint out already. Does anybody want to cover a video? Nobody seems very keen. You know, if I say, is there a heliocentric priest that we need to cover? Then that will, you know, get everyone genned up and start talking about who we may cover. You know, I've dropped Darwin in because it's current gossip. Nobody wants to talk about that. Great. Good.
There's nobody here.
Oh yeah, but there are people here. There's a whole Discord full of people, and you and me, and the metaphorical audience that hasn't listened to the recording yet. More importantly than anybody.
Yeah, probably Discord don't have a clue, but who cares? I like what you did yesterday with Brian Cox. I think we should go forward today with maybe somebody else on the, you know, high level of heliocentrism. Let's send them a message.
To answer your question, Sensual Go, I'm getting some rumblings that we might cover a priest today.
Popcorn to the ready then.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll get a few under our belt, and they'll get better as we go. Not that the first one wasn't bad. Who was it we did? Who did we do yesterday? Oh, Brian Cox. Yeah, that one wasn't bad. So memorable.
Well, what's memorable is the questions that we presented to him, or should I say answers.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree, Neil.
If QE pops in, which is highly probable, you'll probably get to hear him play his clip about how he destroyed some poor little numpty today on 24/7.
Oh yeah, that's right. He sent it. He sent it to Master B. I got on. I couldn't get on.
Oh, there's an audio clip in Master B that we could be listening to. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it's an audio clip. Maybe it is. Yeah, it's a ship sinking. I think that's what it is. But I couldn't get on. My phone was acting crazy last night.
Okay. No, that's just a GIF.
So he just says what he did last night in the message, right?
I destroyed a master's degree holder in astrophysics in less than 20 seconds. No link. No, I can't see a link there.
Maybe he's got it trimmed out and
I'm
he'll
sure
play
he
it
has.
for us.
I was just going to steal it, but clearly he knows my game and hasn't sent it that way this time. Right, it's obviously going to be a short one. If it lasts less than 20 seconds. Maybe we'll get a shorts video out of QE. Go on now.
I do think we need to discuss the Owen situation. Trust me, I understand. I know, but I still don't think there's any reason to say those things. That was hurtful, man. That was hurting me.
I just said all I see is Alwyn calling it, screaming out for money. That's all I see. The other stuff is inconsequential. It's just.
Yes, I understand that, Nathan, but hello, you don't say that to people that are supposed to be your friends. I don't want to hear inconsequential. That's not what you do. Not for people that are looking out for you. And then to say today on the show today that the only reason you stopped him is because you're listening to trolls and all you want is money. Come on, that's not the truth.
Flash it out, I keep telling you. What else is he saying? He's saying support my GoFundMe, right?
I watched the whole video yesterday to make sure.
Make sure what?
To what was going on. Listen, you get on me too. I could go the other way and I could get upset. What the heck? I don't know. Maybe things are different in Dutchland. Who the heck knows? I don't know. Maybe that's the way people treat friends and people that look out for them. And then to scoff at $10 a month you may send them? I'm sorry. If somebody sends me $5 a month, I'm thankful. It's ridiculous. And then to demand $500 or you're not coming back on the show?
Yeah, I haven't got $500 to give him. But there we go. That's what he's crying out for, isn't it? $500 is what he really wants. And yeah, it's because he's very, very hard up, very hungry, and therefore very cranky. Takes things very personally, very quickly, and they devolve into what they've devolved into very quickly. But I can read between the lines. You know, yes, it would be very easy to just focus on, oh, God, look what Armin said about me. I know Armin. I know what he's really saying.
Is Arwen holding the show hostage?
Yeah, you know Arwen, and I think we know you. How many times have you spent with him? How much time have you spent with him? So that's what you say to a friend? When you're in need? When I'm in need, I'll ask and say, look, I'm struggling right now. Is there any way you can help me? Not get offended when somebody tells you what's going on and you tried to tell him a few times and he just wasn't hearing it.
Indeed. Well, that was fun.
John, what were you trying to ask? I'm sorry.
I missed a lot of this. I was just wondering if Arwen was holding the show hostage.
How could Arwen hold the show hostage?
He's not coming back unless he gets $500.
That's not hold.
I mean, I ain't saying he is the show, but you know what I'm saying.
watch his video from yesterday?
Like and subscribe.
Something he made while he was mad.
Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
Yeah, I ain't gonna go watch something he made when he was probably like Rage Win or whatever, and it ain't gonna do no good.
Another excuse maker. Sometimes as men, we have to take responsibility for the things we say to the people we supposedly care about.
Arwin has taken a road that I was going to put him on, whether he wanted it or not, if he didn't make an alteration. He can blame the trolls all he likes, right? This is a consequence of me having a very slight change in direction, which does need modification from the people around me. Now, I've gone through it with Arwin, and he's gone silent. He's just shut down, hasn't he? Some of it's happened in live streams, so we can see what's happening. Okay, well, what was the next step for me if he just went, no, I refuse? It's like, well, you're going to have to exclude yourself for a couple of weeks then, so you can figure out how we're going to work our way around this, because it's not conducive with what we're doing anymore. Well, that's precisely what's pissed him off. I'm not going to take a word of it back. What can I do? Reasonable people come to these conclusions. Now, without me having to do that, he's removed himself, hasn't he? Good. I don't have to be the really, really bad guy then, do I? And be the one that says, okay, well, I've got to make that decision. He's done it for me. That saves me a job. Good. Let's hope he comes back with a renewed attitude. Let's hope he comes back having raised $500 so he doesn't have to scrat around to find food each day and e-beg continually. That would be the ideal. But everyone's just focused on how nasty he's been to you. Okay, yeah, as YouTubers, unfortunately, sometimes personal relationships spill into your YouTube videos. But when they are friends, you have to see the wood for the trees. And when he's screaming how broke he is and scared that he's going to go spiraling into debt, that's what I hear. Now, if he's coincidentally slagging me off because I've just had to say something quite brutal to him, so be it.
How's that your responsibility?
Not my responsibility.
How's that your responsibility? Well, he's making, did you watch the whole video? He's making it out to be your responsibility.
I know, I realise.
Listen again.
I know, Neil, I'm well aware of the situation. There's times when people reach rock bottom where you can go, man, that person's met rock bottom, haven't they? And walk away from them. Or you can go, clearly this person needs more support. I bet they're lashing out at you. Yeah, they do that sometimes. The worse this gets for Arwin, the more he'll become like that wild animal backed into a corner. You're seeing signs of it and you're reacting to the reactions that Arwin's having, as far as I'm concerned. You've got to see the bigger picture. Might not be what you would expect me to say, because typically I'd be, reacting to people who are doing almost identical things, just with a different motivation behind it. Arwin has actually taken something personally, and I won't ignore his sentiment. There's just not much I can do about it if that is the situation. If we are moving in a different direction and trying to be 100% positive, then Baldwin and general interruptions, colour commentary aren't helping. Now, Brian can say, well, it's been like that for 4 years. Yeah, and we've been on the back foot for 10.
Well, one of the sad things about this is the Baldwin arguments helped us reach our understandings of their position so much that we could put our front foot forward.
Precisely.
And be confident, So while it may be a hard transition for him to go from being that helpful.
Bunch of excuse makers, man.
That would be the colour commentary I'm trying to stamp out.
Okay, and I received that, and I won't do it again.
It may be hard for it because he's felt like he's had a niche for the last, 4 years or whatever, for him to It's like everything's changed overnight, and that's hard for people to deal with. It just is.
It's worse when the change doesn't
And
come as a result of you being told that there's something that's going to change and it's because of you and what you're doing. Because then you can say, this is coming down the road. Whereas that isn't the case here. We haven't gone, let's make some alterations that will really piss Arwin off. Nobody's done that, right? That isn't the way this has gone down. Nobody wants to make changes to annoy anybody. Quite the contrary. We want to increase our reach. And the reach of what? Us as personalities? No. That has to go alongside us putting out the message that we are. But our personalities are second to that. When it comes to the actual YouTube content, the same goes for my income. That's second to the YouTube content. It's as a consequence of good flat earth content that I will make a living on YouTube. But if the living itself is my primary concern, and as much as Arwin's going to hate this if he listens back to this, that's what he's doing when he's screaming about his PayPals and such down the screen. The living that it's not generating him, as the case may be, becomes primary. And it's crass. Nobody likes that. It doesn't have the effect that you want when you're screaming, I need money, I'm going under, I'm sinking, help me, give me money. Because Arwin's decided to turn that into Nathan's a prick. Well, okay, that's what you do when you hit rock bottom and you're not thinking clearly. And what you really need is to think of an effective tool to generate some income to clear some debt. And instead all you can do is focus on how angry you are that things are seemingly going worse. And why? In his mind, directly because of me. That's his mind at the moment. And I understand that. I can empathise with it. Not just go, he's lying about me. It's just that's such a shallow way of looking at it. It's so surface level.
No, it's shallow the way you're looking at it. I understand all of that. Fine. I tell you what, I pray to God my debt was $500 to see clear. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, same here, Neil.
I mean,
actually.
over $30,000 I'm in.
Right. I'm in a lot more than $500 worth of debt too, Neil. I assure you of that. It doesn't matter. That's the arbitrary price he's put on his GoFundMe campaign. That doesn't mean anything. Anyway. From one perspective, genius. We're talking about him, right?
Yeah, there's some things that you'll never, ever, and I understand that, and that's a solid friend. What you are, it just needs to be reciprocated.
It has been. Arwin's been a good friend. This is my reciprocation to Arwin's exceptional friendship over the years. And supporting the show. Forget about his personal relationship with me as a friend.
Yeah, because he loves the show.
Because he's good for the show most of the time. Up until now, you've just had it qualified nicely with a bit of interruption and colour commentary from you by John. We wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for Arwin. I'm not saying he's solely responsible, but we are where we are with the help of Arwin. That's a fact.
This show will go on whoever leaves. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is.
I'll choke on my... Yes, that's always true. Yeah? Now that's quite scary for me though, isn't it? No obligation for you. Oh, that's very nice and dandy until nobody turns up one day, which has happened more than once. And the show must go on. So I've got to figure out what I'm going to say for an hour. And don't get me wrong, people eventually come along. But there's no, you bastard, you left me in the... No. You have no obligation. That means if one day no one comes, I'll still broadcast. I'll talk to the chat. I'll dig out my own video. Heaven forbid. Actually do some work.
Well, I want to know, before I get thrown under the bus again, what am I worth then if he's worth $500? How much can I get out of you?
Couple of quid.
Yeah, good luck, Brian. Good luck talking
£4.
some sense into Adam. I mean, Nathan. Good luck.
Look, we what now?
Talking some sense into you. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, I can't only speak for a minute shop. Yeah, my critique yesterday was about not about Nathan, about other people. Why other people are suddenly so hateful towards Arwen when Arwen is the same now as he was 4 years ago. But Arwen's behaviour is not acceptable. If you want to accept it, you can, Nathan. But I think he needs to have a good look in the mirror.
I've been saying that for 4 days. My sentiment has not changed, and it is the same as it was prior to his outrage and outburst. Nothing has changed, Brian. I completely agree with you. His attitude stinks. It needs to change. It's one of the things I've approached him to try and alter. Nothing has changed. What's happened is Arwen's had a bit of an outburst. That's it.
A bit?
You can focus on the outburst all you like, Neil. But that's what you're doing. You just focus on this one outburst. Now, you can read deeply into it if you choose to, or tell me I'm not reading deeply into it. Fine. You can perceive it however you like.
Nathan, I understand. You're talking to me like I'm a freaking idiot. I understand he's in debt. No freaking excuse. I'm sorry, man. I'm old school with that. No excuse.
Exactly, Neil.
I did it yesterday. We're going to make an omelette. We're going to have to end up breaking a few eggs. Now, this was not an egg I expected to break, I'll be honest. I didn't think our change in direction would cause this particular kerfuffle. But it has. And while I didn't know it would be this particular thing, I knew there would be things from the past that are going to resurface when you, as Elder Bear put it, put your sales pitch. And that's what I've done. I've pitched. Now you see what happens. Once it's left your hand, you just watch what the end result is. You see what result comes from that. Now, this is one of those things. Now, I can't go, wow, look at all this praise in the comments. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves this attitude. Oh, people really, really responding well to this. Oh, Arwen doesn't like it. Never mind. You can't be like that. If there's consequences to our positive turn, then you just have to deal with them as much as you have to do with all the uplifting comments that I've had as well. And again, if you break this down into its simplicity, right, the simplistic aspects of this are, I've said, let's move forward just talking about our Earth's measured flat because we're flat earthers. Arwen's gone, but I like talking about the ball because I like to show the audience how the ball has behaved with us and have done for 10 years. I've gone, that isn't conducive with moving forward on the front foot, though. In fact, it's quite distracting from it. I don't like the fact that you see it as distracting. That makes me feel less valued. You aren't a nice person. That's what's actually happened. That's the order of events.
I kind of agree with you now because he did say yesterday, I'll take Woodson on my show. So maybe he can't release it. I don't know. That's insane to me.
Lashing out. You want to change an attitude from Arwen, try and be supportive when he's like this, as opposed to reject him, condemn him. I know he needs a word. I know he's going to have a word right. I realise, Brian, you're right. Yeah, his behaviour, scummy. It's not right. The short-term outburst isn't what I want to focus on, though.
Yeah, could you imagine
Nobody's ever did that to Arwen. Been behind him the whole time. This is too much. Sorry.
Okay, we got that. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, could you imagine Baldwin if he became flat one strictly, and cut off their arguments before they could have them? In the way he formulated his statements.
Is it possible, Nathan, that this is what I was thinking from the other day? Is it possible that because you're getting emails and stuff, correspondence from people who are giving out about Arwen, is it possible that when he said something the other day that you were hypersensitive to it, and maybe that, if you know what I mean, maybe you jumped the gun, maybe a bit more forcefully than
no.
You normally
no.
would?
I said no. I said at the time, and I'll say it now because I've listened back. No, if it had been Neil that had interrupted, he'd have got both barrels in that moment. It made no difference who it was. I even said that.
Well, that's right. You even said that. You even brought me into it, so he wouldn't feel so secluded.
No, it's just because you both interrupt, not because I was trying to make Arwen feel less secluded by me singling him out when he interrupted. Had it been you, you would have had the exact same treatment. That was my point. Not that I'm trying to make him feel better.
See, the problem that Arwen has is he can never bring up what Bob Nodell said to him again. When Bob Nodell told him that he should kill himself, or anyone else told him that, he can never bring that up again. The fact that he's used it against you.
I'm starting to question who did who. Brian, I'm starting to question that. Who did who first? Because that's not Bob's character. But I've seen it over and over and over again.
Is it not?
It's not the first
Oh, wow,
time.
you Bob well. Clearly, you knew Bob really well.
Bob. You never got on the bad side of Bob. No, sorry.
All I'm saying is I've seen him say it to about 5 different people. What about Brian?
Hello.
Brian's not here.
Hey.
I just heard his voice.
You're leaving the intro, you don't get an intro. What do you want? No, we do have Brian. I'm sure he's just popped off for a second. He was in a shop when he was talking to us last. I'm sure he's just on the bus now, or whatever it is that Irish people do for transport.
We're trying to say Irish people don't own cars?
that was the joke that I tried to infer, but you've ruined it. Thank you, Neil. That was wonderful. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, horizon formerly known as Earth curve?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, is there any evidence that the thing they used to say block boats and buildings in the distance, we call the horizon, and they said we're physically blocking things in the distance, is it provable as Earth curve with evidence that it is actually a hill getting in the way of stuff?
No,
If we
that's
count
merely
refraction.
optical.
Duncan, go ahead, Duncan.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we count refraction, then it's a physical horizon, they say.
No, that's a contradiction in terms. If it's refracted, it's not physical. So if it's refracted non-physical, then it's physical. Makes very little sense.
It's physical, non-physical, physical, I think.
Physical, non-physical, physical, non-physical. Shout out to Daniel Samaniego. Finally, I think that's the first time I've said it without effort. Next time, I'll not highlight the fact that I've actually said your name correctly. Thank you for gifting the memberships. Really appreciate the support. Over 200 members now on this channel. I remember I had less than 200 subscribers. Wonderful. Thank you very much for all your support. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? That was for you, Duncan.
Sure, they do it every day.
That was directed at Duncan
Unspherical
because he was implying the physical, non-physical when you're trying to establish a horizontal with the horizon. You're talking about the ground and its physicality because you're going to be measuring angles with it and negotiating it, mapping it, moving around on it. That's very much a physical thing that you'll be doing, and you're using the horizon to do it. That is measure Earth flat.
What I
Angles
was
needs
told
two
was
straight lines.
It's the second attempt. That was to Duncan. Second time's a charm.
Sorry.
Yes, I believe angles need 2 straight lines, not curved lines.
No, not going to be using a curved baseline then. Bummer.
Nope.
Right, Earth is flat. It's measured that way.
That's it. I'm out of here.
Well, that's the message we want to put forth going forward on the front foot at every opportunity. It's our sales pitch, so to speak.
I was trying to say what I was told was they're doing celestial navigation every day somewhere on the Earth. So, yes, you can get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. So they're just, what do you call that? What fallacy is that, Nathan?
I don't know about fallacy. It's just wrong.
You know, I was watching Master and Commander the other day, and they pull out flat maps and charts, and they use angles on those flat maps and charts with straight lines. They're not curved. It's weird.
And then they draw flat circles on them to represent the areas of equal elevation on the flat ground, on the
Well,
flat map.
circles can only be drawn. Yeah, circles can only be drawn on planes according to Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, and all the measurements would be conducive with that method. So we're measuring Earth and navigating Earth flat then. It's been charted and mapped flat, and the way we got those charts from the stars were to measure it with angles on a flat plane. That's right. Earth's been measured flat and mapped flat and charted mapped flat and negotiated flat basically forever. That's how Earth is. Why wouldn't it be any other way? And it isn't. That's how it's measured.
Yeah, I thought Russell Crowe was going to pull a globe out of his pocket, but he didn't. It was weird.
I was just gonna say, I watch those movies and I never see anybody on a pirate ship or naval ship with a globe in their hand. It's always flat maps on a table.
It has to be, otherwise the measurements they're taking to the stars won't work. You have to do it flat. That's how it's done.
Say that again, Nathan,
It's
because
done
that's
flat.
brilliant.
Hold on, I've got someone in the chat telling me no sound. Everything okay in the live stream chat? Slick James Bronson says no sound. Obviously, that would be best if we all just went silent. 50 people watching. Let's hope it isn't completely silent in the live stream. Yep, we are actually going to go silent when I'm trying to do an audio check. This happened last time, and I absolutely lost my rag. We were doing about a 4-hour after stream trying to figure out why Brian's mic wouldn't work. And every time I'd try and figure it out, I'd go like, well, what I need is somebody to talk through one of the lines. And everybody would go silent. I'd be tearing my hair out, going nuts, going, I just need you to talk. Everyone says it's perfect. Right.
What happened? Did Slick James Johnson, is he in the chat?
Slick James Bronson.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to see
Yeah,
Slick James
I can hear
come
on-
back.
I think
I can
everything's
hear on
fine.
Discord and YouTube.
Yeah, it's all fine. Thanks, Duncan, though, for checking. Trolly troll telling me there's no sound. Just refresh. What's your problem? I went back to Deception Detective to see if... I gotta be honest, I quite liked his Madeleine McCann video, so I thought I'll watch a bit more of that. So I did, and I'm sure others who have gone along to Deception Detective have done the same, right? People have been sent there from here. And then I went and looked through the video that we covered to see what sort of response we'd got to people coming along and going, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, we responded to your video, or covered it in Flat Earth Debate, whatever it is that people were saying. I just wondered, because I hadn't ever done it, like actually gone to the video to see what people have left as comments. I just assume they do, and a few people have told me, like Adam, yeah, I've gone back and my comment's there, and this other comment's there, and the videographer's responded, or maybe with that king of all something or other, there was a blonde girl that Brian had got in touch with, and he filled me in what the response was, and things like that, right? But in this case, I thought, well, I'll do it. I'll go back to Deception Detective, because it's, as a subject matter, as what he does, it genuinely interests me. That is to say, I like the behaviour panel as much as this guy is completely against that. He doesn't like people analysing people's body language. When his opinion, Deception Detective, that is that you get a lot more leakage out of what they say, because it really is an indicator of what they're thinking because they're saying it, as opposed to where they move their hand. Now, it's a bit oversimplified when he decries that, because body language tends to analyse people's behaviour based on a baseline. How do they normally act and behave? How does this deviate now under this stressful situation where they're being asked a pertinent question? How does it differ? But like I say, he doesn't like that. So I'm interested, right? In other words, I haven't actually subscribed yet. I don't normally subscribe unless there's been maybe half a dozen videos that I've genuinely liked, or if it's a comedy channel, I've got to have laughed at least half a dozen videos before I subscribe. So I hadn't actually subscribed to him yet, but I thought I'll just see what other people have said on that video, because I was watching the rest of it that Brian had recommended yesterday, and there weren't any comments. So I dropped Brian a line, as it was him that recommended the video, and I said, there aren't any comments there. He must have removed them all, which was a little bit surprising, because it was the first time that somebody, while we were covering their video, actually came to the live stream chat. So hence that prompted me to actually go and check. And then Brian pointed out that what he'd done is set some filter that said, don't promote other channels here. Something like that. You're like, oh, right, thanks very much. So we've sent a load of people and a load of love and a load of algorithmic love your way. and your attitude is, don't come and promote your channel. Like, well, no, we covered your video. But there we go. That was his attitude. So on the one hand, I don't blame him. It's like Adam summarises quite frequently. What do we do here? Where's everybody gone from the Discord, from the G Plus server, Neil? Are you poisoning them? Oh, I think there might be something wrong with my G Plus server. Everyone's dropping like flies from it. Hopefully you guys will rejoin in the Discord server. Is there something wrong with G Plus?
No, I got a call from my kid's school.
Oh, it's just coincidence, fine. No, that's fine, so long as it's just coincidence. It's just everybody disappeared all at once. Obviously, there's no obligation for any of you to be here. But, jeez. Hey, Gene.
Hey, what video did you guys review? I got on the Deceptive guy's channel. It looks pretty interesting, but what video are you referring to? Did you guys review one?
Yeah, how to spot a hoax.
Okay.
But the Deception Detective, like I say, I'm not going to moan, because we even qualified it where we're like, look, we're covering your video, but we're paralleling it with how you pull apart a case that's 15 years old with how you see it as a hoax and how to spot that. And we're in a completely different genre, covering a completely different subject. But where you point out logical fallacies and inconsistencies, we do the same with our subject. Now, that's loose enough for me to go, fair enough. If he sees people coming along and going, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and it doesn't go to a semi-related true crime video or something like that, you can understand why I'd go, no, I'm not interested. Now, don't get me wrong, if it was Tyson or someone like that I directed my audience to go and offer them algorithmic love, where they've got 3 million bazillion viewers anyway, and then they deleted it, then I'd have something to say about it. I'd be like, why? Now that's becomes a talking point. It's telling when somebody who opposes us or someone we oppose makes a video about the subject matter, we respond to it and highlight the fact that we've responded to it and it's specific to our subject. Then it's outrageous. What are you doing? We've responded to your video. We're letting you know an audience is only assisting you in doing so, but you're going to remove those comments? That's outrageous. When it's Deception Detective, fair play to you. You know, I don't blame you if you want to keep your subject hyper specific. I'd be moaning too. Therefore, I'm not going to moan when I'd prefer that wasn't the case here on this video. I want my audience to be hyper focused on the Madeleine McCann disappearance in this case. So yeah, there's different strokes for different folks when we're responding to these videos. But I'd still recommend him. You know, so far I probably will end up subscribing to him because I have watched probably half a dozen of his videos while I was doing stuff this morning.
I will too, because I watched one of his videos and I agree with you. But there's also, in his mind, the fact that there are so many parallels by the way we're treated and the way people who are asking questions about the Madeleine McCann thing are treated. He could perceive that as being damaging to the case he's making.
Yeah, someone said that yesterday, and I didn't really follow what that meant.
Well, think about it. It's okay to treat flat earthers that way, but not me. Not me.
I still don't. So you're saying because he's that Madeleine McCann detractor asking the awkward questions that might get him ridiculed, it would be detrimental to not fall in line with the general consensus that it's okay to ridicule this particular group of people, but the group I represent that are detractors of the Maddie McCann investigation or the perpetrators, in their view, the parents, we are not allowed to be treated that way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's holding up a mirror, the introspection part. If you don't look in the mirror in a moment like that, it's probably best if you erase any comment that would even associate you with any kind of introspection like that.
Yes, now it does make total sense. Now you don't need that introspection. You don't even have to assess it, or you don't have to look in that mirror if the mirror's just taken away immediately. Fine. But that is a bit detrimental to him, and there's no need. He's not done anything to us that would warrant any ill feeling towards him, and vice versa, I would bloody hope, because we weren't in any way critical of him, were we? Like, literally, we were very positive.
No, I don't want him to think that I'm attacking him either. It's just, that's how people are, you know? So,
it was useful to be able to draw those parallels between what he's covering and what we're covering. But, potentially never going to be any connection made, but there's also no love loss either, I would hope. You know, a disassociation from him because it might hold the mirror up where it would actually be beneficial. You know, you could probably detect in my voice I was a little bit taken aback when he appeared, because it's like a little bit of a fantasy. Come along and criticize us, behavior panel, deception detective, people who are looking at behavior and body language and statement analysis. And are we lying? Is the question. I am more than open to be analysed. Now, don't get me wrong. If people go back 2 years, I'll be like, man, I regret asking them to analyse me when I'm an emotional wreck who clearly just believes Earth is flat and my frustration's pouring out of every single orifice. Yeah, that might not be the greatest thing to be analysed, but I don't care. If they did choose that, I'd still be happy that they did it, because all I'd be worried about is, are they going to assess us for whether or not we're lying? Because we aren't. Nobody is. There might be people who don't know that Earth is flat and truly, wholeheartedly believe it, but it is like, I don't know how you'd phrase this best, but true belief. They do actually believe that. Would be some way, you know, when somebody's like being assessed for a lie that they've told, and they've told it themselves so long, they've started to believe it themselves. Well, you go, well, I don't doubt that they do believe that lie that they've told themselves a million times. Yeah? But it's very different when you say, assess us for whether or not we are, as we are portrayed, con artists, charlatans, scammers who are just here to generate as much cash out of the conspiracy of flat Earth because it's a hot topic, therefore can generate cash in mountains, making it so worthy to go through all the ridicule because that's what this lie is worth. You know, it's like, no. Are we lying or not? Let's see how they get on when they assess us. And they go, no, these people, none of them are lying. And if they're assessing more, hopefully, you know, more recent material, they'll be assessing us for whether or not we're lying when we're detailing stuff that's matter of fact. Yeah, they measure it flat. Yeah, that's how we navigate and negotiate it and chart it and map it and deal with it and build on it. Am I lying? Those are all statements of fact that you can easily verify. What would I need to lie about them for? They're facts. So you're going to get...
Yeah, but...
Go on.
Yeah, but the problem is, as flat earthers, we're lumped in a whole lump with the feast and nonsenses. And there's certain people that behind the paywall, you can get more information. So that doesn't look good.
I don't care about what people do behind paywalls. What are you talking about? Just be more
Well,
blunt, Neil.
if they have a secret knowledge that, you know, maybe if you come here, we got more information for you, then it does look like flat earthers are just out for money.
Very good. That's a good parallel. I can now join from that. Now you've given me a good segue. Okay. So back when I first started and monetized this channel, I built it up enough to have a position to go into a part-time job and do sort of semi-YouTube, semi-working to build the channel. You know, it's touch and go whether or not it would take off. So you kind of have a toe half in. Now, while that was all going on, covering Flat Earth meant that I had a criticism from certain people that was, you shouldn't be making money off the truth. You shouldn't monetize the truth. Now, in case you're a newbie here, you should be well aware of my attitude towards this. Now, I'm a YouTuber and I make my living from YouTube. The subject I cover is Flat Earth. It's just how it is. You don't have to like it. I do a good job of putting across what I think is my research. Actually, everyone around me is research. Onto the subject. And I do very, very extensive research on this subject. So, I see that there's value. Nobody's under any obligation on YouTube to give me any money in the first instance. They may have ads forced down their throat in the last 6 months, but that's YouTube, not me. I've not really got any control over that. The fact they've ramped up the advertising, that is. But again, it doesn't cost you anything beyond your time, which is valuable, and I appreciate that. But you are watching the material in the first place. It is offered up essentially for free. Even when it's behind a paywall for a couple of days, it's still out there eventually for free. Now, that criticism, I do feel, applies to charlatans and scammers that put nonsense behind paywalls. Because, in the same vein, but with a different inflection in my voice, the truth should be free. If it was truthful, and somebody put this to me when I tried to argue the toss for, I think I was fighting in Devil's Advocate for Jaron, believe it or not, and I was like, no, if he wants to put it behind a paywall, it's his prerogative, whatever he can... You know, whatever he can do to wrangle some money out of it for a living when he's putting the work in, that's his obligation to do whatever he likes. Good for him. But the attitude I got back was, when I was playing the devil's advocate, was, what if I did that? If I put all my information behind a paywall now, this was members only, nobody from the live could see if they hadn't paid. So I'm just going to clear my throat. So if that was the case, that would be directly comparable. What would be wrong with that? And Adam, in that discussion, piped up and said, wouldn't matter because everyone would just find the information for free anyway. You'd put it out to your paid members. It would permeate its way through to anybody and anybody. It'd just take them a little bit longer to find it amongst the dross. But ultimately, it wouldn't make any difference. The information would still make it through. Now, that's Adam saying, in that instance, it doesn't make any difference. But what if you put lies, deceit, garbage, speculation, and false hope behind a paywall? Then the intonation of the truth, in inverted commas, should be free. And that is to say that it shouldn't be there to close the doors behind people who are giving you money to your bullshit. When if it was real and true, it wouldn't matter that there was a closed door. It's still going to make its way out into the public anyway. But not so if it's being done in a shysterish manner behind closed doors for money, when there's a motivation to keep that locked down. Then the argument of the truth should be free. Well, it will be free eventually if it's the truth. If it's not, then there's something concerning going on behind closed doors. Right, Neil?
Well, hold on a sec, because I don't like the idea that just because you're disseminating the truth, you shouldn't be receiving compensation for your research time or, the
it's
time you
absurd.
spend.
Oh, let's clear that up. Mate, if I gave that impression, it is absurd. Would you, if you were an American citizen, refuse to pay for drugs because the truth of the cure should be free? You see, I get on with that argument when there's massive drug companies pumping huge amounts of money into R&D to cure your ills. Well, they're going to want paying. It's true that it will cure you. What's that? Because it's the truth, you want it for free? I'd rather see you die, would be the attitude of that medicine company.
Right. The thing is, there's this wave through what we call the, I guess, truther community or whatever, the conspiratorial side that asserts that if you get paid for it, then they can somehow attack that instead of the argument, And I don't like that, because the truth is priceless. It's not worthless.
Yeah. Good.
But you know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense to evaluate whether something is true or not based on whether you had to pay to receive that information.
Yeah, there's no price tag on the information. There's a price tag on the time it takes for me to disseminate it and put a show together on YouTube. That's me seeking monetary reward for doing YouTube. And the subject I have chosen is either going to be good enough for people to be interested, in which case they'll want to support me financially, or it isn't. That's true with anything. If it's the truth about how stone bridges are built and people see value in that, then the person who's disseminated that truth to their audience will receive monetary compensation for their research into stone bridges. But because it's benign, people go, oh, yeah, great. Oh, yeah, I love stone bridges. I used to research them. I did a college course on them. I'm going to give you $5 in Super Chat because I really like this stream. It was really informative. And that's perfectly acceptable. That's how it is. But what we've been lied to and I've been deceived. The criticism didn't come from outsiders or globers or anti-flat earthers, actually. For the most part, it came from insiders. People who had found out Earth was flat and then objected to me telling that truth that they knew to others for money. It never made sense to me why it was I'm not going to say it's all internally, but it was mostly flat earthers that had that criticism. I don't tend to hear it that much these days because I'm so brash with my attitude towards it and open. My lead there was, why would it be internal flat earthers moaning about us earning money off the truth? Or me specifically, you guys don't get paid?
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Is I was taking a drink of coffee when you stopped, but why would it be that someone who is in the topic would begrudge someone who's earning a living from the topic?
It shouldn't be. And I try to put that sentiment across in a stronger way when I encourage other YouTubers to earn money on YouTube. And I've set that up in a way that will almost be a punchline when I say, I encourage Simon Dan to do the very best he can on YouTube and earn every penny he can out of YouTube. I wish him the utmost of success here as a YouTuber. If he can do well on YouTube, I can do well on YouTube. Because there's millions of YouTubers, and if he's in an arena that's almost closely related to what I do and successful, then there's a small chance that I could follow in his footsteps, which is what it would be as a YouTuber. Me following in his footsteps, he's grown quicker than I have. Great, so we can see growth in this area then. Don't get me wrong, I'm not unrealistic that I would have to start bashing flat earthers and anti-flat earther and make crap videos about Gates or about making cups of tea. But, you know, there's only a certain amount of steps you can follow in sometimes. But either way, I wish him every success. There is no ill will towards Simon Dan making money on YouTube. My ill will would be towards the algorithm that's directing people away from me and towards him, but that's not Dan's fault. Good for you, mate. You found a niche where I didn't. I thought I'd find it in Flat Earth, and you did in Flat Earth. Isn't that weird? But there we go. That's not his fault. Good for you, mate. Squeeze every little bit of juice you can out of it. But no, internally from other Flat Earthers, you shouldn't be making money off this. It's the truth. Right, okay, let's make it a bit more contentious as we were talking about Deception Detective. He's talking about the potential death / missing child case of Madeleine McCann. Should he monetize his channel? Should he sell his cards, his deception cards? He's making money off the... I don't need to go on. Isn't it obvious that that would be far more worthy of criticism? No, it's not. No. He's done research and he just wants to monetize his time. And you're interested in that subject matter and it's tragic. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the two aren't related. He's just monetized his time on YouTube.
Yeah, when a flat earther makes that aspersion, it really, to me, it seems like they're trying to devalue the truth, you know, and it doesn't make any sense, you know, because people go to college to learn about the ball. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get degrees to stare at lights in the sky and make up stories, you know. But somehow we're the bad guys out of, or well, you in this case, because like you said, the panel doesn't do this for money.
But I definitely do. So please smash the super chat, hit the PayPal link. There's a Ko-Fi link that's just been added. I've got all the means of e-begging that I could possibly want at my disposal. So please use them. 81 people watching. More importantly than that, though, and I do mean that sincerely, please share the show. Smash that share button. Get this show out far and wide. The standards are going up. The quality's going up. Even the Adam Meakin is here. I mean, what other reason could you possibly want to share the show than Adam Meakin's arrival?
Let's clarify. Some people need to be paid.
Are we getting paid?
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
Get out. How dare you even
Okay.
suggest it? I welcomed you a moment ago, and you treat me like this.
oh. Well, unreasonable. I'm only 4 beer mats per day.
Sorry, were you talking flagons?
No, just beer mats. Don't actually have to be any booze at all, just beer mats. That was the only time I've been paid. Only transfer fee in football I ever commanded was 4 beer mats. I assume we're still on.
By the way, I received my pay.
It's not done.
I received my pay from Nathan.
He's not
Thank you
quite
very
done.
much.
He's not quite done.
I said I assume we're still on domestic debate then, if that's what we're talking about.
What's domestic debate mean?
Orwin and the handbagging that's...
No, that was all dealt with in the pre-show, actually.
Oh, good.
No, it wasn't, Adam. It was not.
Apparently it was not dealt with in the pre-show, Adam. So there you go, you learn and live.
Funny. All right.
I just see
That's
Arwen
what
as,
it'll
as
do.
lashing out. Let's just rehash what we did in the pre-show. I'm being disagreed with because I've got a bias, because I've got a friend in need, as far as I am concerned. And I am prepared to
Yeah.
look past his lashing out and see the actual being yelled into the camera, I need money bit, and nothing more
Yeah.
in this instance.
Yes. But it's...
Figures you would see it that way.
Well, maybe I've got my rose-tinted glasses on for a friend of almost 10 years. Who knows? Maybe that's tarnishing my view.
I have friends for 20 years, and I never, ever said the things that happened said. I don't care how much I was hurting, and they never said the things that was said to me when they were hurting, as if it's my responsibility to put food on somebody else's table when I have children. Come on, let's call real what real is.
Yeah, sometimes you lose
That's
track of
not real.
Sometimes you sink so low that all semblance of reality, you grip on it, slips, and somebody who's just told you off for being a certain way escalates into being the reason that you're hungry, and then that devolves into things that you may regret later. I can see past all of that because I know Arwen well enough to see past it all. Now, some people might be listening going, I can't believe he's not fuming mad at some of the things Arwen said. Well, that's how sometimes it is with people that you know well. You can look past certain disgusting behaviour. And as for your comparison to a friend you knew for 20 years, was it Arwen?
I sat there last night and watched
I know him longer.
Owen's show. And it was painful. Because I could see my friend in pain. I could see what he's lashing out at. And yeah, there are points where, no, I'm not angry at him. Was disappointed and upset for him because I can see how much pain he's in, and I'll also mitigate for the stupid things he said in these shows, which, because I do know him, I don't believe he means for 1 minute. And
well, bullshit, he's saying the same thing today. I can't listen to this. I'll see you later.
Neil, please, Neil. He's not quite done. He will be shortly.
I am also appreciative that when
we'll get to you. Oh, no,
Adam,
just one sec, Adam. Sorry to interrupt you also. Jimmy, yes, we will get to you. Sorry, Johnny, we will get to you in a second. Promise.
Okay. So I also appreciate, well, personal experience that when we're hurt inside a lot, we can often spit out with venom and say vile things that fundamentally we don't need. We're just expressing how much somebody who is their friend has hurt them as well. That's what I've seen, and
very well put.
I'm hoping Arwen calms down and we get a chance to have a chat. What I will say is I've not made any attempt to speak to Arwen at the moment. I think he needs a little bit of time, not patronising.
Yes.
And if that means he spits more bile, I'm so happy for it, because I know when we do calm down and we've had minutes to breathe, we are friends, and we will talk to each other in a civil way and cover this topic. We're done with that. Yeah.
Well put. Go ahead, Neil.
Neil left.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me jump in. Let me jump in. Really quick.
Just before you do, Righteous. Just 1 sec. Go ahead, right, Johnny.
Okay, I was on the show for a few minutes ago, and I was talking with Arwen, and it was absolutely clear that he wants $500 to come on the show again. That's absolutely clear. And he said he has been on the show for a long time, many hours a day, and he's not getting anything. He's losing money, and he's absolutely broke. And also that he's not given any time on the show. It's 99% of the talking time. He doesn't get any time to say anything before he's shutting down. That is absolutely. I think that's quite right. He doesn't have the right.
Before you cast your opinion, Johnny, sorry to interrupt you. Right, what you're saying is Arwen's got grievances that could easily be addressed by us should he discuss them with us. And I would absolutely give him all the time he needed to go through any of those grievances, like I have attempted over the last few days to do with him. I just don't want to do it by a mediator. No offense to you, right? Arwen's a big boy. He can have these discussions with us. I've tried to, and he's shut down. Now, as I said earlier, and it follows on from what Adam's just said, Johnny, there would have come a point where I'd have had to have asked him politely to step back for a week or two, had his behaviour not directed at me, just how he currently is, in those circumstances at that point not directed at me, but the exact same behaviour, that needed reining in, and I think he's now gone, here's the reason, I need money. Now he's chosen me to blame it on, and good. If that makes it easier for him to e-beg, fine, I don't care, right? But his general attitude is now directed at me. I'm not going to suddenly go, oh, listen to the words he's saying about me and focus only on them. No. Nothing has changed. Now, I appreciate that when circumstances change in a show like this, for Arwen also, older grievances about the amount of airtime he's going to get will also resurface, but they all need to be discussed as adults. Now, if you're a newbie and you're listening, you go, what's the cause of this? Well, the cause is really simple and may seem too small to have caused it, but it has. Me, in 2024, with discussion from everybody on the panel, including Arwen, have decided to massage our discussion points such that we move forward on the front foot, describing how Earth is measured flat, as an opener. Now, as that turns out, it's less conducive with things like Baldwin. Just be blunt, that's how it is. Now, when that's come up, it's escalated the downward spiral that Arwen's been on for a bit of a time now, let's be honest, and he's then manifested that into blaming me for it and pouring his innermost out, alongside the main point, which is just asking for money, basically. Now, I get that everyone around me wants to focus on the surface level stuff that he's spewing at me. And at this stage, there's only a couple of people, John and Adam, that can see through that. Welcome back, Brian.
Okay, but can I respond to?
You can, Johnny, but just let Righteous get his quick point in, because he's been waiting to make something quick, and then you can go after Righteous, Johnny.
Okay, no problem.
Right. We couldn't make out Adam for most of the conversation. It sounded like you guys were talking to dead air for a while.
Right. Okay, looks like I've got a weekend of faffing with audio. No worries.
Maybe he needs a new microphone, like Brian.
Oh, shut up, Arwen. Get stop. Oh, it's not Arwen, it's Brian. Yeah, Johnny.
Funny. Okay, now I can say it. But okay, I think he's in a psychos. It's a psychos that is in, and he's not getting well for himself or is living. Yeah, okay. And I will also understand that what you are saying, Nathan, absolutely. But that is the problem is maybe you're too harsh. Yeah, maybe you're too harsh. But I asked Arwen today, maybe you have to change something. Just like you are saying, Nathan, you have to take in the new, can I say formula? It's not the right to say. Yeah, the Earth is flat, it's measured flat, and you have to take in what we are trying to let go through. But I asked him if he was able to change his show and maybe interact with the Discord, take in a roundtable, or make some changes. I'm just giving an example. It doesn't have to be that. And then he said, no, I don't want to fight against Nathan or make a show. I will not do anything. I just want my 500, then everything will be fine. That is psychos. He was not able to discuss any changes, what is happening for the moment, why he's in this situation, and so on and so on. So I'm absolutely with you, your analysis, Nathan, about this situation. So what can I say? I'm just sorry for all of this, and that I want to point out so far.
What do you think, Adam? Or Brian? Anybody but John?
What you want me to say? He's looking for $500. I want my $500. Why, he's unhappy. That has nothing to do with anyone here.
Brian,
I'm sorry, no.
Just 1 second, Brian. Just 1 sec. Is that any clearer for you guys for Brian?
Well, you called Arwin your whipping boy. I mean, is that a kind thing to be doing?
Of course, at the moment I want to ask if the audio for Brian's clear. Elder Bear wants to step in. Sorry, go again. I wasn't expecting that as a reply, so do you want to repeat that, Elder Bear? I didn't take in what you just said at all. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me in my mic?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Because I'm awake. I'm awake now.
Something about whipping, something sounding.
Well, you called him. You called. No, yes. Well, you called Arwin your whipping boy the other day.
There's various whipping boys. It's just
so
our way of describing the last person who came in, really. Arwin hasn't been the whipping boy for quite some time, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, I find this kind of attitude in this community quite a lot, really. People being mean and nasty to each other. I don't find that. Sorry, hang on. I don't find that I don't find that. I wouldn't have expected to find that when I was looking for some truth. That was what I was find shocking, really. So where was I mean?
Backstabby, snidey stuff. I've got no desire to engage with people like this. If there's a point in terms of discussing what we're doing and justifying it, fine.
No, well,
when people who are probably culpable for Arwin's state of mind more than what's trying to be dumped on us, people like this that behave in his chat and do things like these things, they're more culpable for Arwin's negativity at the moment than most. So I don't know about you, Nathan. Anything this guy says, I'm not.
Are you blaming me?
I also blame you.
No desire.
I blame you too.
To you about my friend.
You're blaming me too.
You don't know when you don't know either of us.
I can see what happens to human beings. I don't need to know you.
And incorrectness. So I'm just making it clear.
Come on. I don't need to know people to recognise, bullying.
I do want to hear it,
that you're an emotional vampire.
Adam. I don't want this to descend so quickly into everyone talking through each other. So as much as it might irritate you, I do want to hear the end of Elder Bear's criticism. He's saying, I don't need to know you to know people to understand this situation. That was what I heard from him, but then you started rumpusing him a bit, and it was you, so I'm going to stop you first so I don't seem unfair. Go ahead, Elder Bear. I heard half of it. You don't need to know us to know people. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't need to know all the details to see people getting hurt, that's for sure. I was kind of trying to I thought maybe I should build some bridges a bit, maybe.
No, you're all right, thanks.
Let's not jump on.
Why would we want a bridge with you, pal?
You might not.
Let's not do that.
It's a bit of an apology. Maybe.
Apologise, and then I will be quiet and I will listen to your apology.
Well.
Okay, so you want to help?
I suppose
Sorry, Ed, my bad.
Well,
you're saying you want to help?
I don't know. I'm just, hang on. You've got this tagline that you said, it's for the new people who come along, and I am one of those people. I'm pretty new to this. I was on a journey.
That's a lie. Based on what you told me last time, based on your criticism for the length of time that you'd been watching. Now you're claiming
about 15 or 16 months I've been looking at this. So that's pretty new.
Kind of new. So what? The moment I call you on how not new you are, you qualify the length of time as 16 months as being new, making that a
but you've been here 10 years. You've been
16 months isn't new by any standard.
I think it is I think it is in terms of the people that I see here. That's what I mean.
It's my 16-month newborn baby. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. But this is it. what you're doing
half a
now
degree
is
course
what
is not a very long
what I witness going on in the community, and I think it's a bit sad. But I know I can. The apology is that I guess I threw a grenade in the room the other day or something, but it was only came from questions.
I'm still
I
lost as to
went
what
to
the
speak to
apology is,
you.
Elder Bear. I'd like to move
Well,
forwards,
that's it.
but
I'm
if a
apologizing.
man's going to apologise, I need to know what the apology is, so whether or
I'm
not
not
I can be
getting.
gracious
I'm not getting
enough
on my.
to accept it. So you recognise you've done some bad behaviour. You just clarify what that behaviour is, and then maybe as a gentleman I can accept the apology once I know what the apology is.
Yeah. Who are you? What name are you?
You don't want to apologise. You want to
Are
get to
you
know me a bit
Refracted
better.
Curvature or Adam? Well, I don't know who
Does it matter with regards to the point that was being made? You're
okay,
offering an olive
okay. Well,
branch, and I'm trying to
if you
accept
leave
the
me,
olive branch, but I'm asking you, could
I
you
haven't
just
got a
clarify
chance.
what's on this branch and what you are apologising for?
Well, because I seem to have caused a bit of chaos, so I'm apologising for causing the chaos.
Okay.
And some
Apology accepted.
condolences for all the kind of the fallout from it for you and across the community that seems to have happened.
Are you taking ownership of that?
Accept your apology, but no, don't fly your ego, mate. This has got nothing to do with you.
I'm not here for ego. I'm not here
You
for
might
ego.
wish it
I'm not here for
was,
ego.
but genuinely, no. It's got nothing to do with you.
Yeah. But this is reverberated for me through my life in other places in the community, and I can see what effect it has, and
Has it affected you enough to maybe give Arwen some money to help him out of this?
I was going to get to that. That's what he's really.
Well, okay. Well, I haven't listened. I spoke to Arwen, but I haven't got enough money to send him. I mean, I've heard of a few people who've said they have sent money through you, Nathan. Even as much as €500, I heard. So if there is any money, maybe you'll forward it to him. But I don't know about that. He doesn't know anything about measuring the Earth
being
flat.
trolled now,
He doesn't know anything about
Did you hear that? You're now being trolled.
I heard what he just accused me of. Yes.
Yeah. What a shit house.
What a shit.
This is why I don't want to talk to people. This is how scummy they are, listeners.
Total scum.
You're just discussing Arwen.
we're
going to
shut that line down, Adam, because he's just accused me of scamming $500 out of somebody that sent me money for Arwen and implied that I'm keeping money. He's essentially accusing me of a crime now. That's what he's actually doing. While I'm laying down what he's just accused me of, he's now rumpusing the Discord line, so no one in Discord can hear me pointing out what he's just levelled subtly at my door. No, I didn't.
No, I didn't.
No, I haven't.
What do you mean? I didn't accuse you of a crime. What are you talking about?
You just accused me of keeping $500 that I was sent for Arwen. That's what you just.
No, I'm just saying. Some people have told me that they sent money. I don't know whether that's true. I don't know at all.
Then you put an amount on it.
Because
that's put an amount on it and claimed it had come to me. That's what you actually did.
Well, that's what I was told. So
really? So now you're going to reiterate the claim again based on what you were told rather than denying the outrageous claim that isn't true that you've just laid at my door? You're a scumbag. What you're here to do is cause trouble, right? In this instance. Not in the grandiose scale that you feel you as a newbie who's only just got here 16 months ago has taken ownership of some of the chaos you feel that you are attributable. You're not. You're a nobody. And you're pathetic.
Yeah, I know.
Good. I'm glad you know you're pathetic because you're about to get removed from this conversation, Elder Bear. How dare you come and accuse me of retaining money that's due Arwen? Nobody's giving me any money that's due Arwen. How dare you? What a prick. Get lost. Get out. Come back when you're less of a lying scumbag. People have told you my ass.
Well, that's a shame right there, because we were actually having a constructive conversation about how we could help Arwen and the ways we can approach him, and pretty much showing Arwen that we cared, and then someone like that uses that as an excuse to try to sow discourse is horrible behavior.
Yeah, but why aren't we responding to a video and talking about this privately and not talking about it on the show?
No, this is good. Right.
I agree. This is good.
Exemplifies to the listeners, the psychological attacks that Arwen is under constantly from these people. And this person, we one of them. So he's snidey, double-handed insults in here. will be just as much applied on the other side. And go and look at Arwen's chat. I feel really, listen to what they're doing. Listen to how they're trying to break us up. Listen to the tactics they'll use. Listen how they try to pretend they're decent human beings. And within 2 sentences of making that they're a decent human being claim, they demonstrate to you all what shitty, scumbaggy people they actually are, where their morals lie, what they're really here for. A great example of Brian. This is what we put up with, people. You know,
what else
this
did
is
we
what
find out?
Arwen
Again,
put up with.
in his words as he spewed, lots of people are contacting Arwen. All right, so lots of people have heard him crying out for money and saying how broke he is and how poor and hungry he is, and read the comments underneath his GoFundMe that says he's poor and hungry and he's just spiralling into debt. They've read that and they're going to help him because that's what he's actually asking for. Help. Now, as we have done, we can look past the surface level spew that we know is Arwen, especially when everyone knows that that's pretty much what Arwen is, and that's Arwen. What, so when it's directed at me with my name attached, suddenly it means so much more? No, he's got a GoFundMe going because he's broke as all hell and spiralling into debt. As am I. I'm in massive amounts of debt. Yeah, most people are. Now, at the moment, I don't have any actual cash to give Arwen, so what I actually had to do yesterday was appeal to my wife to, admittedly it's both of ours, but use the credit card to give him a tenner. And I'm like, can I give him a tenner? I don't actually have any cash to give him. I'm overdrawn. But he's crying out for money. Did I go, did you hear what Arwen said about me to my wife? What I did was I hugged her and said, I'm really glad I've got you in my life. I'd be going as nuts as Arwen if it wasn't for you here. That's what I did.
Nathan, can I say something in between? Exactly what you're saying, the same thing. On the show, he was saying that he's sick and tired of seeing the smileys and people that are saying, yeah, I'm with you and that. He doesn't want that. He just wants his fucking $500 that he's saying. He will never
Don't
go
swear,
on
please.
the show.
Please don't swear.
If he don't, sorry. He will never go on the show if he not get this 500. If he gets his 500, he will go on your show. That's what he said. And he's sick and tired of...
I get it. It's just an excuse. He just wants money. Now, he's been screaming out for PayPals and e-begging his little heart out. And what does he get as a result? Because it's not an effective way of trying to generate money. It's just not an effective way, and I've tried to tell him that. But again, he's shut down when I've done that. I'm trying to help him. And I don't want to labour this in terms of what I'm doing for Arwen, because it'll turn into that if I'm not careful. Right? I am going to shout out Super Chats, though, ironically. Shout out to Billy Philly, 22. Can we move on to the next topic? Oh, absolutely, Billy Philly. I really hope this doesn't last much longer. Also, thank you for the Super Chat, Blue. Thank you, really, really appreciate the support. Also, shout out to... Where are we? Misfit, FB 850. Thank you for the Super Chat. Good morning, Nathan and panel. Get rid of Adabear. He's annoying. Already done. Way ahead of you. Thank you for the Super Chat. Yeah, so with Arwen, I've reached out to him. He's not using an effective tool of e-begging, and he's done it and done it and done it and done it, and he's still spiraling into debt. So now he's done a campaign. Yeah? Well, good. I'm going to support that campaign. If you're in my mod, if you're one of my mods in my chat now, please can you post the campaign that Arwen's put? If you read the comments underneath, what is actually been asked to write by Give Send Go, it says, what are you asking for and why are you asking for it? And he's put, I'm asking for money because I'm poor. He doesn't mention my name once in that actual box. Because that's what he's actually appealing for. Yeah? That's it. It is that simple. And Johnny summed it up. He's just saying, give me my effing money. It's not your effing money. You need to give good content and people will support you for it. Very difficult when you're spiraling the drain and looking at debt.
Nathan.
Yes.
All that aside, you've spent the best part of an hour of the live show talking about it, and a lot of yesterday talking about it. It's like Arwen's issues are becoming your show. Arwen needs to have.
Let him go, because I'm going to agree with him, Adam. But you can disagree in a minute. Go ahead,
Arwen needs to have a look in the mirror, right? Just as much as he needs money. You can't carry on a certain way. You can't be saying the things he's saying concerning you or other people. Can't do that and expect everything to be okay the next day. Can't do that. And now I defended Arwen up to a point yesterday because I was saying a lot of people are picking on him yet he's the same person as was around 4 years ago. But certain things you can't just look past. Either way, your show is being taken up by this interpersonal stuff, and it shouldn't be.
Well, we've spent an hour on this, so I'm going to look past that comment completely and sing you a song. Gonna make a change for once in my life. Na, 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 na,
Okay,
na,
stick to you,
okay, okay.
think-
You're not a singer.
No.
No, I know. No, you're not so bad. You're not really not so bad. You're holding the line.
Say
But
I'm not a singer
what I
because
will
I
say
can't
is-
do Michael Jackson. Come on, if you're going to try it.
No,
just try
no,
with the
you're not
best.
trying to be a Michael Jackson either. Yeah, I know. But I'm trying to say is that he's not willing to work for it. I was talking with him. I was chatting with him, and he said, "But it's a work. Everything is a work. Everybody has to work and have to do some effort to get there that they want to be, and you have to make some changes. You have to check it
Make that
too,
change.
and so you are on the place, checking the place, the change. I don't know how to say it, but you know that. But I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Make that
everybody
change.
Okay, exactly.
Right.
But
yes,
he
I get what you're
said
saying. I
no.
just agree with you because it sounds like I'm just mocking you. I'm not. Yes, I do agree. And it is work in the eyes of other people, except me. Because as much as I'm talking in the context of I want to make a living, I love what I do. I was asked at the beginning of the show, what's on the agenda? Do you just want to wrap up early because it's the weekend? And I'm like, no. I'm knackered because we've been doing 4-hour shows day after day after day because it's been really good. Now I'm absolutely exhausted, but does that mean I don't want a 4-hour show today if the content's really good? Hell no, I love what I do. So therefore it's hard to describe it as work. Now, people, when I say that to them, go, yeah, but you're doing this and you're doing that and the other. And when I was having that conversation, literally having this exact conversation last night, I asked the question while I was in a chat about Arwen. If this was work, the chat I was having in that moment, right? Because by that context, it's like, well, I'm having this conversation with you because I want to. I want to sort things out with Arwen. I want the show to move smoothly. Therefore, this is work, right? But when I'm in a group chat with people that, as far as they're concerned, they're kicking back and they're just having a nice laid back chat with their friends, me being one of them, and we're happening to be talking about Arwen in that moment. It's like, yeah, but that's directly related to the show. Therefore, I could label this work. But suddenly everyone shifts uncomfortably in their seat, don't they? You know what I mean?
Absolutely, and therefore I also was saying that maybe you have to make some change. You have to make some effort to get where you want to be, and that is a work. It is work. I say it with Arwen. No, I just want to do what I am doing and give me the money. You just wanted to be like it is, and they will not make any changes. And I'm sorry for that. That's not good for Arwen. It's not the right way to do it. Everybody has to bend over and do it the way it works. You cannot just say, I will never change. I will just do it like that. It doesn't matter if it's not working and I am not getting any salt in my food or whatsoever. That is wrong attitude.
It's going to feel real good.
You have to work.
On. Make that change.
And everybody that is listening to this, everybody has to know they have to. That's the part of your life. If you don't get all of the money in the birth and you have a rich father and they will take care of you. But if that is the issue, then you will never be your own. You will always be somebody else taken care of. So that's not a good thing. It's much more proud if you do it on your own. And that's a good feeling. And if you do it on your own, then you have a good feeling and you're on the right path and absolutely the right way.
Okay, we're going to get to the chat in a minute. So quick shout out to the last super chatter, which is Mike 808. He says, I agree with moving on. I'll send more once moving on to FED. Yeah, we will.
Yeah, why not? It's we don't have to talk about it anymore. We can go to something else.
We're going to get to the
Can I
chat.
just say good morning?
Arwen has extensive knowledge of this topic, so he just needs to put himself out there with his PayPal link underneath and go out there and debate people. There's plenty of people out there to debate and who will debate you. So just put yourself out there with your PayPal link and be honest and say you appreciate any contributions that if people benefited from the information you've given them. Use a skill set that you have.
Right, indeedy. Yeah, I can probably
Can I
appreciate
make
that.
one
Arwen
thing?
doesn't want to hear it at the moment, but yeah, we're going to move on. So I'm going to start saying hello to a few of you in the chat. Shout out to Groovy and Tackmind, Elbow Spirit, and who else we got? Steve Bowman says at Groovy, I have tried to explain this group that if they claim elevation angles create right triangles, then they have to claim they know the distance to the star. They don't get it and just straw man me. Okay. Right.
No.
I'm going to cover that actually, Steve, if it's good by you. I'm going to chat a few more people. The Way the Truth, good to see you. Tarek, nice to see you. 7Moxie7, nice to have you in the chat. Truth Matters, nice to see you. Damn it, all bodies of water are in motion and not flat, he says. Cool. Shout out to Daniel Samaniego, he's already given us a super chat. Did Aiden get timed out or just blocked me? Ha ha ha. I like to see some discussion going on in the chat. It's good to see. Thanks for posting Arwen's link there, Adam. Really appreciate it. Groovy, good to see you. Uncle Ben, nice to have you in the chat, my friend. OBE Lines, woohoo! Subscribe today to OBE Lines. He's a YouTube videographer. Check him out. Who else we got in there? Divergent Droid doing his thing. Right, let's scroll back up to that comment. From, who is it from? I've lost it now. With something about elevation angle argument straw man. I can't find the exact comment now, but I'll do it from. Oh, here we found it. Right. Go on. At height of stars.
It's talking about the straw man of the opposition that when we say, right, this is what they say, the flat earthers say that an elevation angle is a right angle triangle. So that means because with elevation angles you are using the length of sides and the internal angles then you must know the height of the star. Now, for a start, if we're talking about elevation angles, let's just say to a lighthouse, right? What we only knew the
Before you carry on,
to the lighthouse.
Sorry, can someone dig out that definition of elevation angle that specifically details out it's not referring to the height? Go ahead, Brian. I just want to have that to hand once you've finished. Go ahead.
Yes. So let's just say there's a tower in the distance, or a mountain, or a lighthouse. Now, let's just say we're using a lighthouse. Let's just say we don't know the height of the lighthouse, but we know the distance to the lighthouse, for instance, right? Then that distance, based on if it's angular size, will give us a height, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to celestial navigation, we are not looking for the height because we only need the degrees, because we have already established, right? Because we're not using the right angle triangle in the same way as we do with terrestrial objects. It's been already established that 69.04 horizontal statute miles butted up end to end, right, makes up 1 degree of angular change to the celestial bodies. That was established with Polaris, and it was found to be true for the rest of the stars. So now that we know that, all we need to know, right, is the angle, right? So let's say our angle is 45 degrees. To make it really simple, an angle to Polaris is 45 degrees or whatever star. That means there's a 45 degree deficit when we subtract that from 90. We multiply that 45 degrees by 60, because what we have done is we have divided the 69.04 statute miles into 60 minutes of degree, because there's 60 minutes in a degree. So that 1 degree of 69 horizontal miles terrestrial change, distance change for the 1 degree of change to Polaris or whatever star, that is broken up into 60, divided into 60, because the 60, because there's 60 minutes in a degree. So that means that there's a 1.1508 ratio, right, of statute miles to nautical miles. So every nautical mile is 1.1508 horizontal statute miles. That's what it is. and we're only solving for the distance when we're using terrestrial celestial bodies. We are not solving for the internal angles, length of sides. We're not doing any of that. We are getting the elevation angle. We're subtracting it from 90, and then multiplying the what's left by 60, which is 60 minutes per degree. So that would be 60 nautical miles. And we know that it's going to be matching because we know what the distance is for 1 degree in horizontal statute miles. That's what we're doing. So what they try to do is strawman us. 1 second, I'm almost there. Strawman us, right, and say you must have the height of the celestial bodies because you say you're using right-angled triangles. We do not say we're using right-angled triangles. Elevation angles, right, terrestrial or celestial, are defined as right-angled triangles. We're not saying it. Celestial navigation say it. Astronomy say it. Anyone who uses elevation angles are using or depression angles. They're using or zenith angles. They're using right-angled triangles.
Okay, I want to answer you there. We are talking about the 60 nautical miles. Every degree, that's 1 minute of 360 degrees circle. That you have to talk about, so people understand what we are saying, is the nautical miles of 360 degrees is about circle. It doesn't have. They say, oh, then it has to be on a circle.
Not about circles.
Yeah.
Well,
but the people,
we're gonna get lost in the weeds, right? Just gonna do a couple of things, right? When you're not talking, Johnny, if you can just pop yourself on a local mute, just cutting your line a little bit. Thank you. Shout out to Duncan McLeod, who says, I put a link in the Discord main chat. Can we critique this? It's a YouTube short. Absolutely, yes. If someone can transfer that into Master B, I'll pick it up and we'll cover it in a minute. Thank you for the super chat, Duncan. We will summarise this minus from 90 times by 60 co-altitude to acquire GP. That's what Brian's detailed, but he's given all of the information in terms of the reasoning behind the 60, right? The nautical mile distance is what you're trying to acquire with co-altitude when you minus from 90 times by 60 to give you the distance along the flat ground to the point below the star. That's the main point when someone uses this straw man. What are you trying to achieve when you measure this angle? Johnny, can you just pop yourself on local mute, please? You're cutting the line to Discord.
It's what are you doing and what assumptions are you making? And when they throw this triangle, right angle triangle business, they assume, which I don't dispute, there is a right angle triangle. The question is, what technique are you going to use to resolve the side lengths? Now, if we were to use trigonometry, we are a piece of data short to be able to apply it to do trigonometry, something we would do with terrestrial navigation, what Brian alluded to with the lighthouse, but we're not. We're not doing trigonometry. We're not doing terrestrial. We're doing celestial navigation. Because of what Brian's outlined, all we need to know is we've got the right angle triangle and we can solve the base length, i.e. the distance to the GP, using celestial navigation, not trigonometry. Both have a right angle triangle. The implications for solving and the uses are very different in the techniques of trigonometry and celestial navigation.
Objection. I got to get this out of. It's been driving me nuts. The point is not about the calculation or whatever maths you use. The point is about the initial measurement requiring Earth to be a flat baseline to acquire it. Now, the other stuff is relevant.
Adam. Go ahead, John.
The other stuff is relevant if you wanted to debate celestial navigation or if you wanted to, but if you believe that line is curved, you're not allowed in that discussion.
Yeah, every bit of the discussion. Yes, every bit of the above discussion required Earth to be flat in terms of the measurement in the first instance. The first instance measurement is a flat baseline with an angle to the star, regardless of what you derive in terms of height or GP, height being not conducive with a curve either, you will be measuring Earth as flat. Correct. Most important point. Thank you, John. Go ahead, Adam. Hold on, Chocolate.
Okay, Nathan, I will try to say it very, very easy and slowly and relaxing.
Can you go after Adam, Johnny? Can you go after Adam, though?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Adam. Then Chocolate, then Johnny. Go ahead.
I was just trying to reiterate the point to the question from chat. I hope that gets it in terms of why we are both using triangles, while they are right-angled triangles, why that principle is important for both trigonometry, but also for celestial navigation, where we use the right-angled triangle, Steve. Yeah, that's why we can say we use right-angled triangles, why they can't argue it. Make the point of distinction between the two techniques for solving the side lengths.
Go ahead,
Now,
Chocolate. Hold on, Adam. Sorry, there's just a bit of a queue for me. Go ahead, Chocolate, then Johnny.
Is it? Can I say something about it now?
After Chocolate.
No, really
Oh, it's
quick. I was just going to say. Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, wouldn't that question just be straight diversionary tactic? Because isn't the main problem for them that there's a right angle triangle at all?
Yes. He did
Right.
identify
So
it. The super chatter did identify it as a straw man. So yes, absolutely. And I think the gripe from the super chatter is that the main focus becomes that their tenacity in keeping that as the focus. You can't get the height. You can't get the height. Because if they can move past the triangle that they can't get on a globe, then they're arguing about something inconsequential. There's a less painful loss at the end of that. Go ahead, Johnny.
there is. Oh.
Okay, that I want to talk about, and I will also point out that I also forget always the circle of equal latitude. But I will come to that later. What we are talking about? We are talking about if you have a 50-degree sighting of the sun, that's the elevation angle, and that is above the so-called horizon. Then you will get the right angle triangle from the GP. And GP is that you get from the elevation angle, and then you have the baseline, and then you have from the horizon is the line is make the triangle that will make a right angle triangle. And if you get that right angle triangle, now you can subtract from the 90, that's 50, and you get 40 times 60 nautical miles, that I was trying to say before, is 1 degree of 360 degrees circle. Therefore, you have to use 60 nautical miles to do that. What you get then is 2,400 nautical miles away to the away from the GP. GP is the point in the middle, and you get 2,400 miles around the GP, around it. That is circle of equal altitude. Just think about it.
Yeah, it's flat.
That means it's flat.
Yeah.
It's measured flat. And I will also say, I'm not finished.
The only bit that you got wrong, they're going to call you on, is to the GP, but you're trying to acquire the GP.
But I'm just saying that you can do it several times from one point to other point. You can do it later, and you're sailing, and you can do that. And you are getting this 1,000 of miles that is measured flat. And then you get multiple 1,000 miles that is measured flat again and again and again. That is impossible if you're on a globe.
Sorry to interrupt you. What do you do, just out of interest, Johnny?
I don't have to talk about the globe. I have to say that the Earth is measured flat, and that's it's a fact. And
what do
telling you how it is done.
I'm talking to you personally, Johnny. What do you do?
What do I do after this? I got it.
No. I mean, a little birdie told me of your relevance in this subject, which I was unaware of till last week. Maybe that'll jog your mind for what I'm trying to get out of you in terms of what you do or what you did and how that's relevant to this subject.
Okay, it's just breaking up just a little bit, and maybe it's just for me. But what I'm saying is, if you get circular weak latitude of 2,400 miles from the point you are, that is that means the Earth is measurably flat. It cannot be something else in that area that you are on.
Right.
I don't have to say anything more about it.
Well, I was going to ask, have you? I'll rephrase it. Have you ever done this, Johnny?
Have I done this?
Yes.
Yes, I have done this. I done this. I was very, very young, and that was part of my education because I got caffeine excrement in Iceland, and
you mumbled. Say, once more time. I didn't hear you mumbled. Say it again. You got what?
My caffeine excrement that I got in Iceland because I was fishing captain, and everybody has to be able to use sextant, and that was part of the training. Therefore, I know what I'm talking about.
So you were proficient in using the sextant so that potentially when you were out as a ship's captain, you didn't die at sea when measuring Earth flat. You could avoid that, correct?
Yes, exactly. And also on the chart, I know the Earth is not. We never take in any curvature in our measurement. Only declaration. That is the only thing that we have to take in. No curvature.
In case the audience isn't aware, the last time Johnny was here, we were at each other's throats because he was punting ether with lots of nonsensical buzzwords. Just so you know who he is.
So the audience realizes what Johnny just said is that Johnny just said, Nathan eventually got him to say it, is that Johnny basically had to learn how to use the sextant because he was a fishing boat captain in Iceland. So he needed to learn it, and that was part of his training. He said that all fishing boat captains at the time, at least at the time, I don't know about now, had to learn how to use the sextant. So Johnny has done this many times, I'm sure.
Right, I'm going to do a couple of quick shout-outs. So shout-out to Billy Philly 22. So shout-out to Divergent Droid, the real MVP. Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Also, shout-out to Mike808. Oh, it's jumped off my screen. Thanks, appreciate you. I don't know what that is. Can anybody tell me what that is? This is just a missing sticker that hasn't quite shown up on my screen properly. Something after what he says. Thanks, appreciate you. And then there's some little thing that I can't quite make out. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Mike. Okay, we're going to cover a video. So, this has been sent to us by one of the super chatters, whose name I can't remember now. Who was it? I think it was Duncan. Was it Duncan McLeod? I think. Let's just have a look. Put a link in Discord in the main chat. Can we critique this now? It's a YouTube short from Duncan McLeod, right? Indeed, it was. So, let's just make my screen look a little prettier by getting rid of Discord so we can see this. And the videographer is... I don't know, because it's just gone off screen and doesn't work the way that normal YouTube does. Ugh. If that's the video. No, doesn't want to play now. Let's just see if I can get it to come up again. There we go.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I believe the Earth is flat.
To imply that the Earth...
That's a problem already. Go on, whoever that was from G+.
Adam tried 3 times to get your attention there. Did you not hear him?
No, because I had the line on mute while I lined up a video. Go on, Adam. I couldn't hear a word you were saying because I was lining things up.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Hear me now. Sorry about that. I thought we might have got. It was just while you was lining up, I wanted to just add a little bit to the comment and link back to what John said. They are straw manning, and there's a reason. It's like when they mention boats falling over the edge. One of the things we found out, they'll try and hold you to a height of the star. And we provide the apologetics as to why that's not reasonable. It's not part of celestial navigation, but it also shows their weak point as well. When we plot this out and you have to assume a secondary tangent plane to do all the, I'm glad refracted's back. When you do this and you evoke secondary tangent planes, what you don't do ever is get the 2 points to meet. They don't meet. There isn't a right angle triangle when they're doing it. They have different tangential planes pointing to the star and meeting, never. Okay, they run parallel from the surface of the ball Earth, but go on parallel infinitum, never ever meeting. So when they put that to you, what you could also ask is for them to demonstrate to you their right angled triangle from the elevation angle to the GP. And this is where they come undone. And this is why they only ever want to stay on one step, because all three steps of celestial navigation use the flat baseline. We don't have to have three different baselines, one at the center of the Earth, one as a tangent.
You don't need to expand. You don't need to expand on it. You just reiterate what you've just said. Don't go expanding on it.
Okay, so just to reiterate that point then, when they hold you to a triangle, demonstrate to them that they don't have a triangle, that A meets at the point of the star and B meets at the GP.
Let's have a word from Dave McKeegan. One second. Quote, Dave McKeegan, you can't use elevation angles alone to measure height on a globe because you need a triangle with a flat baseline with a known length to the GP of the object in the sky. End quote. Globe believing, flat earth proving Dave Twiangles McKeegan. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, actually, they also, and this was part of my video recently, they also have a right angle triangle, something that me and Tent said a long time back. Me and Tent talked about it, and Tent often said this, yeah. When they start with their tangent, right, that tangent extends past the horizon to be underneath the celestial body, right? That is their first right angle triangle. It doesn't matter what they say, right? That is the start of their right angle triangle. So they have an angle line from them to the celestial body. They have a tangent underneath them, right, that extends to beneath this celestial body, and there's a line comes down from the celestial body to that tangent. You know what that line is? That line is created by the rocking of the sextant, right? That's the zenith from the GP. They then take that and bring it down to an equatorial plane that will be parallel. It won't always be their equatorial plane, but it's the same thing, parallel to the center of their globe.
Say it like you mean
and
it. To the center of hell.
Yeah. And then that equatorial plane will extend out, just like it does in astronomy. It will extend out into the celestial plane. And doesn't matter what, they'll show you a circle and say that's their globe, and they show you a point that's just an arc length on that circle and say that's what they've measured. When what's really happening is that line is going out through their globe, is going to the celestial body, and their their equatorial plane is extending out into the celestial plane, all the way to be underneath that celestial body. And when the navigator rocks the sextant and gets the zenith from the celestial body's GP to the celestial body, that is the opposite of the right angle triangle. So they actually have two right angle triangles that they try not to show you. And this is mostly just not known by our opposition, because most of them don't learn properly about this. They learn it from Ruhif and McDown, right? Who withhold information.
That's where I was going next. Can I just segue off that? Please. I want to segue off that. Don't feel bad if you're getting this straw man and you don't know what to do with it, because Jaron fell victim to the exact same thing with McToon, claiming we can get an angle from a single point on a sphere that won't meet the GP. Was my response when Jaron put the exact same argument to me because he got it from McToon. I just wanted to drop that in there. Brian, go ahead.
Right, this is the point I meant. So what Brian's saying there, this is how they have to construct it to make the right angle triangles. But look at how they make them. They have to create flat tangent planes to make the right angle triangles. Now, they then move these tangent planes to different positions on the surface and in hell to give the impression they're doing celestial navigation. And this was my point earlier, if you actually draw the lines that then are commensurate when you're plotting it on a tangent plane and put them all onto the surface, we don't get a point of convergence between the GP line to the point and the observer. Those lines never meet. They run parallel when you plot it on a ball. You understand? They don't have a triangle. It just goes off into infinity at the same distance between the points, and never do they meet.
Yeah.
That happens when you plot the flat plane right-angled triangles from celestial navigation to the center of Earth, transpose it to a tangent to two tangent planes on the surface to pretend that you've made a right-angled triangle. You don't create two parallel lines.
GP in space. I've ruined my joke. GP.
Okay,
in
let
space.
me respond
ruin it
to
twice. My bad.
Nathan, excuse me, I was talking over you there, but I want to respond to Adam just quickly. And don't forget, Adam, they take this triangle from the middle of the Earth, in the center of the Earth. They have to. That's the point. That's the explanation of the guys. They say you have to. Think of it. You have to slice it in the middle of the Earth to get the angle. That's the trick. It's a magic trick that they are doing. But nobody is doing that. And you're talking about the surface. Yep. But of course, nobody is doing that in reality. That's not the surface. But in the explanation, how they can say it is done. It's just in the imagination. It is. The clarification is they have to go in the middle of the Earth to get the point and make it flat.
Yeah. So there's three problems with the ball if you want to focus on how the ball doesn't work, which isn't exactly the way I'm hoping to go in this direction, but we're not exactly at the beginning of the show, so fine. Number one, you can't get an angle off a curved surface. There's actually four problems. Number two, if you're going to acquire that angle from a horizon, you haven't got a geometric horizon on a sphere to acquire it from. Number three, you GP at a tangent from a single point on a ball that you can't get the angle from will give you a GP out in space. Number four, your GP out in space has then got to move to the center of hell for it to be in any way functional on a flat plane in hell. That's a lot of problems. Meanwhile, every measurement and every transition to a different measurement in hell was done on and required a measurement off a flat plane. And in every instance, those measurements were dealing with and were negotiating and functionally being applied to a flat surface. Not in hell, not in space, not a GP that an angle wouldn't give you, on the surface that is flat and must be for this to work. For both globe believers and flat earthers, I might add. When we say you're going to need a flat earth for that, you are. Even for your fundy globe belief to not quite work and not quite be able to measure anything that's useful, to not quite use the horizon parallel to the plane of whatever your eye line is. None of that's conducive with a curved surface, and it does not work until you take a flat plane, put a GP in space that's not on the surface, and then move that to hell to get it to claim to work on a flat plane in hell, where you definitely ain't standing. But that's what you got to believe if you're a globe believer. I just hate getting so angry about this when we've moved past this, right? Yeah, we're going to do it occasionally at the end of the show and it will come up in debate. But this feels like flexing. We know it don't work on a globe. Look how complex our understanding is of tangent planes with a dingleberry Earth that we've even got a name for, with a JP description of angles in hell on the equatorial flat plane inside a sphere. That's exemplary. I'm not going to deny our first-hand, exceptional, cutting-edge, tip-of-the-spear understanding of how a frigging globe don't work. But it just seems surplus to requirements, which is where, if you rewind, I stopped Adam. No. Let's not tell everybody how it don't work on a sphere. We've done enough. We've done enough. I've got 2,000 shows where you can go back and hear that. It works on a flat plane. And that further back, rewinding, giving the actual credit to the right person, John stopped this discussion about 45 minutes ago with, excuse me, doesn't matter about the triangle. It doesn't matter about the height. It doesn't matter that Dave McKeegan says you can't get the height off a globe either because you need a flat baseline. You need a flat baseline. Let's not put the fact you need a flat baseline on a globe or on a flat earth at the end of the sentence. Let's have it right at the front of it.
Yeah, Nathan, I have to say, people have to understand how fucking stupid it is and how funny it is also. It's so fucking funny. It's like a comedy show. Oh, I am bad. I'm bad again. But I'm just trying to say, for me, it's stupid and funny and frustrating in the same time. It's absolutely frustrating how people cannot get it. It's in front of them. We have told them that again and again and again. And why can they not see it? What's happening?
Yeah, why don't they get it? Earth is measured flat.
The history of the space is fake.
Read the room, Johnny. Read the room.
The presentation. Do you know what I mean?
No, because I was rounding out my live show, which you rumpused, and therefore you just decided that that would be worthy, and nobody heard it. Read the room, man.
I have to. I was peeing, so I was not reading the room. Maybe. Sorry.
No worries. Can't expect you to take my show seriously. I mean, what of that?
Yeah, but in the meantime, do you think it's not shocking to say a space is fake for people that has absolutely something thoughts about what space is? If you say the history of space is fake, then it's more close to try to understand it. They can hold this space just a little bit longer and then have time to understand what you're talking about.
Who was the guy that we covered just a minute ago? Anybody know? Because I couldn't find his name on the shorts video.
Who was it? Cox? I don't know.
A video from LHWF. That's all I can see.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I got it. LAHWF. The big videographer.
Losing all hope was freedom. A quote from Fight Club. What it stands for.
It stands for what?
Losing all hope was freedom. A quote from Fight Club is what he puts in his bio.
He's got 2.29 million subscribers. Cool.
I think you should have taken your time more with that. It would be better to get a bit more in there.
You want to hear it again?
Oh, I got my
Yeah,
$5.
but it's not on the live show.
You made me
I don't
laugh.
mind, but it's not on the live show.
Thank you, Nathan.
Say again, Duncan.
Oh, I was just saying it's definitely worth the $5. You made me laugh. Thank you, Nathan.
Oh, according to Brian, you got terrible value.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit. Here we go, quick, out the door. Do you know what I mean? It's like, here you are, you're pulled over.
Hold on. Hold on. Sleeping Warrior joined. Is that Sleeping Warrior?
Yeah, of course it flipping is. Who else would be that?
Hello, Arwin is ace.
Good one, Anthony. Good one. You're the man.
And he's right. Arwin is ace.
What up, Tony?
He's ruined Brian. Brian's fuming right now. I can just sense it.
Brian, hold on a second. Brian is being very serious lately, and you're just mocking him. Knock it off.
That's not just lately, Neil, that I'm being serious and I get mocked. That seems to be an ongoing trend.
I'm going to address it, Brian. I thought that was perfect. Yeah? I thought that was the perfect rebuttal, the bits we put in. The main point, Earth's measured flat, you can state that at him. Yeah? And you can use hostile witness to prove it. Keep it short and succinct. You've got gas pressure without a container, and you've got Earth's measured flat. By the people that you've just said aren't lying to you. Well, if they're not lying, there it is, written in black and white. Earth is flat, non-rotating. End of.
So I've got it on screen. This is the NASA document. I did put it up while we were covering it.
The only Brian that you can mock is Brian Cox. That's the only Brian you can be nasty against.
Good one, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny.
I'm only saying that, Brian, because it was a YouTube short as well. So keep it short, keep it sweet, and it's the 2024 approach where we're making statements of fact to them. Can't have gas pressure without a container, yeah, and Earth is measured flat. Deal with it.
You know what's funny about that?
Should I also post the definition of gas pressure requiring a container coming from NASA, so we can post these side by side? So how they'll tell us that it's flat and non-rotating, and also you require gas pressure. Gas pressure requires a container. Both come from the people that you just cited.
That was a great shot. I don't want to annoy Brian. I want him to have his piece first and before everybody else, regardless of where they're from in the country or anything like that. Go ahead, Brian.
It's a bit late for that, Nathan. Maybe next time, Duncan, pay a tenner. No, you get better.
Oh, shoot. Let me ask you a question. Speaking about gas pressure without containment. At the dinner table, my son, not the heliocentrics, well, they probably all are at this point. They showed me a picture of the ISS, and they said that that's a random nobody taking this picture. And you could see that it is a spaceship in space.
Can you?
So,
you get all that?
What they showed me
from the pictures that I've seen. No, it's not what I've seen.
That's what I said too. I said, I don't know where you got this from, but everyone I've seen does not look like that. And the bottom line is the region they're taking it from is fake because you can't have gas pressure without containment.
What the light is beyond me. Now you can say, look at these details. They look, and then give lots of parallels with things that they look like. Yeah, because there's detail in it. Okay, yeah, I'll grant you there is. In the light in the sky we call the ISS, there is plenty of detail, and it moves in a very different way to the rest of the stars. And they have an explanation that there's men on high wire, on stage, here on the ground, with green screens, that are on that light in the sky, in an area beyond the capabilities of existing because it violates a natural law. So what can I say? What they tell us that light isn't what that light is. It is not a spaceship with men in it in a sky vacuum. Because if it was, we'd all be dead. Because the area... Here we go, got one on screen right now. Perfect timing. Right, there you go. Pretty detailed, right? That ISS? Wouldn't you agree? Looks like a spaceship. Looks just like the model that's in a pool. Not figuratively, but literally. Okay? And? It's also in a sky vacuum. I'm just making your point that you just made, Neil. Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you stopped. Well, what they wouldn't admit to men being in there.
Speaking, no, never. I've never normally finished in the middle of a sentence. No, never, never, ever happens, ever. But go ahead.
Maybe that's it! Tired of you, Nathan!
Thank you, Ragewin.
So, Nathan, are you saying I should not believe that there are people on this so-called spacecraft moving at 17,500 miles per hour wearing khakis, 250 miles above the Earth?
Well, that's what I was trying to say. My children didn't want to confess to that.
No.
They wouldn't confess to people being in there.
No, the narrative they give me. In the same way, right, as absurd as it is to say that the lights twinkling that they are in the sky are rocks and soil, it's as difficult to say that they're not. I can't prove the non-existence of that. I can't prove the negative as much as I can't prove the positive assertion. But if nobody's making a claim that they're not that either, but not what is being claimed in their narrative. So the men on high wire, on a stage, claiming to be floating through an orbit based on zero-G mechanics of fourth dimensional space-time, is what is claimed to apply to what we see on screen now. All of which is debunked by the notion that the sky is a vacuum and that we have a very literal flat plane that requires to be measured, or requires measuring, to infer orbital motions around a sphere that's been derived from flat plane measurements, ultimately making their narrative of men in a spaceship around a ball in a sky vacuum all bunk for the reasons given. Now, I don't need to say it's not anything that's beyond what they've claimed it to be. That is to say, I'm debunking their positive claim, and that's the end, as opposed to listing endless things that could also parallel with what they say it is, that it isn't. That's surplus to my requirements. They say men are on this when they show us men on a stage. They say they're falling, therefore floating, and they say where they are falling is a sky vacuum. That's what I debunk, and then I stop. I don't know what it is or why it's got the details it has in this image. I can't answer any of those questions. Is it fascinating? Yeah. And it also, if unexplained, destroys orbital motion, doesn't it? So it definitely needs to have a story alongside it in heliocentrism, all of which I can and just did debunk. Hello, Quantum Racing.
I have to talk with you. I have to talk with you about this, Nathan. You are talking about we can never talk about the explanation. I can say, yeah, the GPS can work with the ELORA, and ELORA was using for GPS. Why do we need satellites? But your clarification is you don't have to talk about any clarification because it's against the second law of thermodynamics, and nothing can be up there so high like that. It's very hard for people
you've
to
gone too far.
understand.
You've gone too far already. I wouldn't say it isn't that either. There are moving stuff in the sky. When I was in Shropshire looking up at a very clear, very dark sky, there's all sorts of crap moving around. I wouldn't dare to try and explain what they are, but when someone next to me does, I'll go through the steps of listening to what they claim and then, if it's not right, debunk it. But then I'm not going to say, well, because I've now debunked your garbage claim that you say those moving lights in the sky are, one of them because they've got a lot of detail, as on screen for my audience now, means that I need to have a little bash at what I think it is. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, but I think we have to know every details because we are fighting against gigants, and they will never take in anything like that. Therefore, we have to know all aspects of that we are really talking about.
Do we? Sorry, excuse me. I am
understand.
subservient to who for what now? Sorry, how much are they paying me for this subservience that I must provide them with this information?
I
No,
understand
I'm not.
your argument. I understand. But
I don't have to answer anything. I don't have to answer their questions.
But,
okay.
But
Let's try a different
working,
way. Johnny, let's try a different way. Johnny, let's try a different way. You heard the short.
Okay.
The short video. Did you hear that?
I'm just saying.
You're not going to play ball, are you?
Oh, you're breaking
already.
No.
Did you hear the shorts? If
Internet.
it's not a conversation that you want to carry on your track, you're not going to carry along with me, are we? You're not going to cooperate, are you, Johnny? I can tell already. Did you hear the shorts?
Can we get?
And this is where the
I'm very sorry you're breaking up.
Yeah, because the rumpusing, because you're not playing ball. The panel detects weakness from me and thinks that it's a time to talk through me. Neil's just decided to ruin it. I'll try for a fifth time. We specifically watched a short video in the live stream. I'm going to hopefully, if we don't get a million miles away because you won't play ball, parallel that with the conversation we're now getting further and further away from. Because you're not listening to me, Johnny. Did you listen to the shorts video?
No, I didn't see that. Sorry.
Okay, fine. That's all I need to tell you. In the shorts video, the guy projects out, like Conspiracy Cats did to Haunted House, all of his concerns and fears. But instead of putting it onto his mate, like Conspiracy Cats did, he's put it onto the Flat Earther. That shorts video will be mentioned for a long time. It's great. Why? Because it demonstrates a reality that is nice and concise to put to an audience. Here is a green to the subject of Flat Earth, globe believer, confronted with somebody who tells him Earth is flat. We won't critique the fact the word belief was used by the Flat Earther in the example. Nevertheless, what happens in reaction to just the concept being postulated? The globe believer immediately goes through all of the concerns about the world that he would have to endure if it were true. And his concerns are about all the people he would have to contemplate lying to him in his mind by his rationale, and then how that rationale that he has gone through in his mind instantly gets projected onto the flat earther so that the flat earther can deal with those concerns. And you're saying to me in this example, Johnny, why wouldn't we offer the answers to their concerns? And I'm saying 2 reasons. 1, there's a good chance I don't have those answers. And 2, I am in no way responsible for those answers, even though they've been projected onto me by my opponent with a perfect example that was demonstrated in that shorts video. Done, Johnny.
Yeah, okay. I have to say, it might be on my end. You are breaking up all the time. It was very, very hard to take all of what you are saying in, because it was hacking and so on. Maybe it's something on my end, internet. But what I will say, that I understand what you are saying is, yes, that is some kind of, you don't have to talk about how they mind and they fucking fantasies about.
No swearing.
You just have to, again, my bad.
What's so hard about not swearing? I don't get it.
We are in the church. No, okay. What I'm saying is that I understand what you are absolutely saying there, because we don't have to take in their fantasy seriously, and we shall not go down to the low plane, if I can say plane in that thoughts. They are taking us down to the ground of stupidity that we shall not be in. They are taking us in Narnia. That Nathan is trying to tell us. We shall never follow them there. We just have to stay the ground on the reality and with the measurement. And the Earth is measured flat. There is no other discuss around it. It's just like it is.
Excellent, Johnny. Can we hear from Chewy now?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think I was
want to
trying
hear
to
what
say
happened
something
last
that,
night with QE. Oh, God, forget it.
Yeah, but before that, everybody has to understand.
Well, I want to respond to
yes,
his point first, actually, Neil. He's just made an elongated point. At least he's going to get a response to it. Go ahead, Johnny. Do you want to just round out, though? Keep it brief.
I'm very sorry you're breaking up, so I will go on mute anyway.
Johnny,
I'll
just go on
jump
mute
in,
for 1
guys.
second. Johnny, can you just pop yourself on mute 10 seconds? Am I breaking up for anybody else in Discord? Is it just Johnny's internet? Because if there's a concern, I need to address it.
I'll address it.
You're breaking up, Nathan.
It's you fixed Brian, but now you're breaking up sometimes.
Okay.
I like how Brian.
No worries.
And I have to say, it's very, very hard for me to listen to you because I was missing almost 40% of what you are saying, and then I have to guess.
Wow, then you're very talented, Johnny. To hold a conversation like that when you miss 40% of what he said, hats off to you.
Well, I've got no choice but to fiddle.
Thank you, Neil. That is the best thing I ever said.
Okay, Johnny, can I address what you said now?
Through the time.
You're going to waffle through. We've heard your point. I don't want it to get lost now. We've listened and enjoyed it for the last 3 or 4 minutes. Can I now respond to it?
No, now I can hear you, and now are you very, very, very clear.
Yeah, but I'm now lower than everybody else on my output. But there we go. I'm going to try and address that too. While I'm doing that,
everything is
I'm going to
fine.
have to multitask, and I can't cope with being talked through while I'm multitasking, sorting out audio issues and dealing with Johnny and trying to tell you a story to respond to what you've just told me that I'm trying to remember while I'm doing other things, Johnny. So please. Okay, I get it. You feel we should be obliged in some way to give answers, therefore investigate so that we can maybe be reading between the lines better the availability of information that we offer at the point of contact when they come and find out Earth's flat, because that's what we've been talking about, right? Okay, so there's a certain degree of responsibility, even though by contrast, when
No, you're going.
I'm not going to
you're
get to do it,
hacking
am I?
again.
I just cannot do it.
Sorry, it's not
You
my
make my,
fault.
make
It's
my
not
point
your
for
fault.
me in response to your point that I've carefully paid attention to. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, let somebody else talk then.
I was
It's no
talking,
problem.
Johnny. I just needed to shut up. I pleaded with you to do so. You're just being a prick now. I'm trying to respond to you. Would you rather me just end the conversation? Okay, Johnny, yeah, you're right. Moving on. That cuts you out of this conversation pretty sharp, doesn't it?
I cannot hear you.
That cuts you out of this conversation, Johnny. Yeah, thank you for your input. Yeah, great points. Thank you. We're going to move on to a different subject now, cutting you entirely out of this conversation that you just interrupted, having listened to every word you said. Do you think you could just shut up and let me respond, Johnny? Thanks. I'll compare and contrast with an example. That is to say, you've got a beautiful woman called Jane that you meet. You wine her and dine her. You take her out on dates for about 6 months. And by the end of the 6 months, you happen to have wandered into her office and met a few of her friends who happen to raise their eyebrow or two at you that you think's a bit odd, but they politely introduce themselves to you and you say hello and you go on with your life with Jane. One day, you're in a bar, sat next to some dude, telling him about how wonderful the woman you're with is, and then you mention her name and the guy next to you gets absolutely furious and tells you that Jane's his wife. And cannot possibly believe that you lying sack of garbage, would ever be with his completely faithful wife. And you go, whoa. I don't know anything about this. What do you mean? I am with Jane. She's my girlfriend. That's just a fact. And he goes, if she was with you, it would mean that everybody in Colonel and Colonel Limited offices would have to be lying to me. The whole lot of them would have to be liars. Explain how Susan on the front reception desk is a liar to me. Explain how the MD of the company whose name I can't remember now is a liar when I sat down and had dinner with him the other night. I put money into that company. You're telling me that they've lied to me when I'm supporting them financially. Explain all of the above to make the fact that you are with Jane make sense. Because it would make every one of them liars. Wouldn't it? Follow my example, Johnny. You're breaking up. We've got audio issues. I didn't really listen, but I'll try and respond in a broken way that doesn't relate to what you've said.
Oh, shoot, I am.
I have no concern for that which I have to not explain when I prove Scientology's wrong. Why would Xenu have done this isn't my concern. But that's what I hear from ballers. Why would all the people at NASA have lied? Couldn't care less. Earth's measured flat.
Go ask them. That's the point where you take it upon yourself to go find out from the very people who lied to you in the first place. You go find out why they lied. That's not my job.
That's where I was going next, Chocolate. Thank God someone's on my track. You've brought my blood pressure considerably down. Sorry to get annoyed with you, Johnny. But go ask Susan on reception why, and if she's lied to you, if it's consequential to your cheating wife. I personally would now walk away from Jane, and that's just not my business. But I mean, if you're asking, but the fact is, she was with me at dinner. I had no idea you existed, and I don't know anything about Susan on reception or whether she'd lie to you. I don't care. The fact is,
Nathan, I lost you. I was not able to hear you. It's very, very. I'm sorry for that. I really want to.
I tried to sort it out, Johnny. I tried at one point to sort it out, but unfortunately you weren't very cooperative, so I didn't get to sort it out. I'll do it after the fact.
No, it's
but
just
you weren't cooperative, like you're not being cooperative now. I got quite annoyed with you and still am, and I'm trying to lower my blood pressure as you rumpus the fact that I tried to sort audio issues with a little story so I could just do that. But then you started talking through me, distracted me, I stopped sorting the audio issue. You'll have to deal with the fact that you interrupting me trying to sort that issue, stop me sorting that issue. Because I can't deal with more than two things, telling a story and sorting an audio issue. I got 3 because of you, so I stopped sorting it. Okay?
I'm sorry I was not able to hear what you are saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, sorry, Nathan. I was not able to hear what you are saying. We have some technical issues.
Okay.
I think the technical issues, Johnny, sometimes are that you're not listening. And also, and I have to say this to you, sometimes you have a little bit too much alcohol in you. You need to recognize
Yeah, but I can hear you. I can hear you now, and it's no problem.
I just wanted to hear from QE from last night, that astrophysicist that he destroyed in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I really want to listen to QE say something about that. Yeah, absolutely. But everybody have to understand, I was not able to hear what
We
Nathan was
understand,
saying because he
Johnny.
was
We know.
broken up. Yeah, but he doesn't. He think I was.
He does know.
No, stop, Johnny. I was telling you explicitly that I was going to sort that issue out. And while I was doing it with my little radar on screen like it is now, you started blurting through my example that I finally made with a little bit more disdain than I hoped to have, because you interrupted it after I explicitly told you that I was going to try and sort that issue. Now, can you hear me better now? Of course, I'm not going to get to sort it out now, because before I finish this sentence, you're talking. Before I finish the sentence. So you're definitely not going to clarify what I've said. You're still talking. I still haven't took breath. I'm going to run out of breath to try and avoid you talking through me. Shut the fuck up. If you're not going to cooperate and be useful to me by paying attention, I'm trying to sort that audio issue out now. Any chance you can shut up while I tell a story and sort it out is met with blah, 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 blah from you through the top, and then moans about how you still can't hear me. Yeah, now, for a second time, I've tried to sort that issue out, and with a bit of cooperation, probably won't be from you, Johnny. I'll see from Discord if I've done, now I've made a couple of adjustments, if it's any better. Is it?
I'm not making this up, Nathan. I was not able to hear you were hacking, and there was no chance for me to really grab on what you were saying in that moment you was talking there. And therefore...
Yeah, I need an endless barrage of bullshit. I just need... No, it's not that much better, actually. So I can crack on. But it's just like pulling teeth.
Hold on, let me jump in really quick, Johnny. It does seem like it's better. So
Good job I didn't get the clarity from Johnny then, because now he's harping on about the past.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're not listening. I am making adjustments now and asking now. Shut up! Kick him out. He's raising my blood temperature too much. Kick Johnny out. Time to come back tomorrow. Go away. You're raising my blood pressure too much. I need you to shut the hell up. And then in the moment,
relax, Nathan.
Just kick him out, please. Can someone remove Johnny, because he's making me angry. And I want to have a nice show where we do fun things, not just deal with an audio issue for 20 straight minutes while the panel then interrupts.
It's a misunderstanding.
Please, can someone remove him? Please.
No, I had not done anything wrong.
Yes, you have. You can't listen. Yes, you have.
I will go on mute. Okay?
Problem is, while I'm trying to sort out an audio issue on the fly and communicate with you that I'm doing it on the fly, I need in-the-moment feedback for whether or not things are being improved or not. And what I'm getting is, no, Nathan, you don't understand that I couldn't quite hear you fucking correctly. No, I can keep track of exactly what's going on and deal with that 5 things unless I've got an asshole who can't shut up and doesn't listen to a single smegging word I'm saying. And when I address the things that I've carefully and closely listened to that you have said, you interrupt that also. Meaning it's a worthless waste of time talking to you at some point, Johnny. That's what it becomes. That's irritating when I'm trying to produce a decent show. You make that happen. Now, I'm not going to beat around the bush like Arwen yesterday. Notice this is not personal or Arwen related. It's just somebody else doing that same thing. Being irritating, not bloody listening or reading the room, moaning about things because they're not paying attention to the moment that I'm trying to correct them, and feels it needs the reiteration that I don't know that you can't hear me. Yeah, when I'm trying to sort it out, I've told you that, and you're not paying attention and helping. No, that's awkward and irritating and very frustrating, to the point where I just want to kick that kind of person out. Now, through that, I've got Righteous going, no, actually, the adjustments you've made on the fly and what you're so desperately trying to correct has actually helped. No, that's going to be precluded by the endless fucking waffle from Johnny, to the point where I'm now swearing too. I don't want that. I could do with my blood pressure not raising. Yeah, I've got a lot on my plate. I'm trying to just run a good show, Johnny. It would help if you cooperated with that rather than doing your bloody cleaning and then coming back and going, oh, yeah, I wasn't really paying the slightest bit of attention when you responded to my endless waffle. Now I've come back and just jumped in and ruined it all. Why? Because you don't care? Then get lost. You're just wasting everybody's time, and I'm going to cut the dead wood. Maybe starting with you unless you start cooperating, Johnny. So you might want to laugh about it and just waffle through me and tell me what I don't know. I do. Thanks. I know you're not being very cooperative. It's because you're drunk. Don't come back drunk. Okay?
That's a good attitude to have.
Meanwhile, there's a bloody good video that I really wanted to get my teeth into. That shorts video is epic. It's better than the current standard. We had another one, but I just didn't like it after assessment, saying it was better than Conspiracy Cats, and I'm not even going to raise it now for various reasons. But now we've got a video that we can reference directly that shows in no uncertain times, in 60 seconds or less, how the fear, the pain of our soon-to-be anti-flat Earth compadre, in this instance on a 2.5 million subscribed channel, actually feel about what they are saying. Because it's not the flat earthers saying any of this. But for the last 10 years, we as flat earthers have felt some responsibility to address all of this crap that's been projected straight onto us. Yeah, we don't. It's their problem. Share your pain is the real response to all of this.
Earth is flat.
Yeah, I believe the Earth is flat.
To imply that the Earth is flat, you aren't just saying that NASA is lying.
You're not just saying, he's not saying anything, you're now saying this.
Aren't just saying there's a conspiracy with.
No, you are now saying there's a conspiracy.
Then a single company, you're implying.
So it's now lots of companies within a conspiracy, according to you, the Globe believer who is now contemplating this.
There's a conspiracy involving the world's 7.
You are implying that 71 space agencies who you currently lean on for your Globe proof, that's actually just a belief, are ultimately liars.
21 space agencies, 13 of which have launching capabilities, not only.
Launching capabilities means that you've got a sky vacuum is how I'd address that. But none of this is being said by the flat earther. This is this guy's concerns, this guy's fears, this guy's pain, and this guy's way of dealing with it is to project it immediately onto the messenger. Very useful video. Hope we reference it again.
Hey, Nathan, I think I know what the issue is.
That is an excellent video. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Whoever that was that Bookfin?
I think it's your what's called the input sensitivity on your voice and video.
No, it's not that. Look, it's not that. It's not the Discord end. It's his software that he's using to connect to Discord and to Skype. It's not that, okay?
Yeah, because it's happening with the audio coming in as well from the.
Just trust me on this one, please. It's not the Discord. Don't get Nathan to touch the Discord.
Oh, that's all I've been fiddling with.
Discord
anyway,
and
the audio issue is going to get me really frustrated. I might have to round out soon before my shit.
See?
Well, it's frustrating, isn't it?
You know, I wonder if back in the day when they were trepanning people, right? If when they found out that trepanning was bunk, and you know, was there people that when they made the initial statement, there were people around them that looked at them and said, "What do you mean it's not letting the demons out? That means the entire medical establishment has to be lying to us."
Are you talking about when they used to drill holes in people to let out demons?
Yeah. Yes. That's what trepanning. Yeah. So they stopped trepanning, initially someone had to realize that it was wrong, that you're just drilling holes in people's heads. And
what year was that?
Well, that's irrelevant. The point is, was there other people around them when the first few people that stated it made that statement who wanted to immediately call into question the entire medical establishment as liars when that was discovered?
Is that any better in Discord? If I turn the output to you from my desk way up, is that any better?
Much
Well,
better.
So far, so good.
Brian, you
As we
there?
keep hearing you, we'll let you know.
Brian, are you there? Or Adam?
Brian, give
What
us
is
some
it, Nathan?
Irish.
Hello,
I'm here.
how are things?
One boy.
Hello, how are things? My name is Brian. My name is not Adam. I am from Ireland. I am not from Nottingham. How's that?
All right,
Nathan,
Brian's
from
good.
my
Adam,
perspective, you sounded fine all the time. I've not heard any dropouts.
You're not in Discord.
Man,
Never
I don't know
mind
why
your
you're
bum.
Brad.
What up, Tony, you bum? What's going on, brother?
Is that any better, guys, in Discord?
It's still a little choppy.
For who?
it's when you guys are all talking at once.
Other than us all talking at once, is it any clearer?
It's much better now than you, Nathan, was talking, because I was able to hear almost nothing that you were trying to say. It was crazy, absolutely crazy, and you are losing
Somebody
it.
kick him the hell out. I am concentrating on what is happening now, and he's doing it to piss me off. I don't need to know what happened 5 minutes ago. I thought I made that clear when I yelled at him. Just get rid of him. He's making it harder. Is it any
Neil, does
better?
it feel good that it's not you for once?
Is it any better in Discord now, or not?
It seems better. Let's hear Adam, though.
Better for the Discord panel, me, or both? G plus panel, me, or both? Sorry.
It seems like you guys are better now.
All of us, both me, because I'm separate line to G plus. I sound fine and they sound fine.
Yeah, there's a little bit. It's better. Let's just say it's better. And as we keep hearing and listening to more to the show, we'll know for sure.
So Nathan's better, or us on G plus? Like radio check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Lost 3. This is lost 1. Or you lost 2 over.
You're Gig TV.
And I'm good. I
Yeah,
still
QE,
sound nice
you're
and
coming
clear,
in hot,
even
but-
with me talking through you. You can still hear me.
That's just the way he speaks.
I can hear you. We can hear you. It just sometimes it feels like your audio dips a little bit. I'm not sure it's because people are interrupting you or not. Just keep going on for a little bit and see what we get.
Okay, we'll see how we get on. I've turned me down though, so because I was trying to solve that, but I'll turn me back up again. Okay. Good job. It's not
What happened
live.
last night, QE? Can we hear that story? That'll
Say
fill some
something,
good
Nathan.
time.
Shut up, Neil. We'll say something, Nathan, so they can. Let's keep testing this.
Lost 1. This is lost 2. You lost 3 over.
No, that's wrong.
Lost 7. This is lost 9.
It's lost 1.
That seems all right.
Okay.
You sound good.
Second thought, who gives a shit what happened last night?
Neil's never going to stop interrupting unless you tell him what your message was about, because I was just going to play the clip and take ownership of it and make all the money from it and stuff, but there wasn't a clip, so I couldn't do that.
Clip of what? Last night on 24/7?
You said you took a PhD apart in 30 seconds.
Nah, it wasn't a PhD. What this story? It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger the further you go down the line.
See, Neil, done.
So, there was a whole bunch of people on 24/7 last night. There was like 75 people in there, and I just moseyed my way on in. And they said that they had an astrophysicist in line, but he couldn't talk at the time. So I just sat there and waited. Well, I kicked the tires on a couple other baltards, but other than that, he came in, and he wasn't a PhD. He was a student. I said, well, do you at least have a master's degree in astrophysics? And he said, yes. And then you know what I did? Take a guess what I did.
Did you ask him for any scientific experiments that he's ever done in astronomy?
Very close. I asked him if astrophysics was a natural science, and he immediately said no. So I said, this is interesting.
Wow.
I didn't say that out loud. I just said that to myself. And then I asked him again, just to make sure. And he goes, well, yeah, it is. Something to that effect. You'd have to go back and listen to it.
What was in between? No, it's not a natural science in answer to your question, followed by a short pause, and then actually it is.
Yeah, something to that effect. I'll have to grab the clip and listen to it over again. And then you know what I did after that.
Asked him for a naturally observed phenomena followed by a hypothesis.
I asked him for a single. I asked him for a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of astrophysics, and he said, "Well, yeah, there's essentially some, right?" And I said, "Can you go get me one?" And then I said, forget that." I said, "Do you even know what a scientific hypothesis is?" And then it got met with complete and utter silence for about a minute. I'm sitting there, what the hell's going on? Did I lose my connection? And no, I didn't lose my connection. And surprisingly, everyone shut up, and it was just a moment of silence from what I can remember.
Epic.
And then he just dropped.
Wait a second, he just left?
Yeah.
Wow, that speaks volumes.
That was more or less it. Wasn't that big.
To be fair, if there was 60 seconds of silence, it's probably that he's got disconnected for some reason.
That's what he's hoping to claim, I'm sure.
No. You mean it just happened to him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wouldn't it be so refreshing if one day you ask?
Whoa, Chocolate, you're mega quiet.
Oh shit! Can you hear me? Is that better?
Barely.
You're like a 2 out of 10.
Just speak louder. The hell with the people on the job.
Sound up like you got there.
I say we all rumpus Chocolate as he's trying to get through with a quiet line. Go, everybody, all at once.
Chocolate!
Hit him with the wall, Chocolate!
I reckon Neil should help him more by talking over him. Okay.
Ryan's very quiet as well. What's going on?
I just don't want to talk to you.
Am I coming through okay while we're here?
Oh, you're coming through perfect.
Yeah, you're sounding good, Anthony.
I couldn't remember how to activate my microphone.
I hope we talk about this indefinitely. Really calming me down.
What's the current position of Arwin?
Hey, Nathan, I've got a question for you.
Got Flat Earth Delta with an actual question, Sleeping Warrior. Should I yield to your Arwin-based question or let Flat Earth Delta go? What do you reckon?
Let Flat Earth Delta go.
Go ahead, mate.
So I've been looking at this satellite stuff, right? Because I've been filming the skies quite a bit. And there are, there is an app you can use, obviously, to time the ISS going by. Now, me taking my camera and filming the motion of this light in the sky, I do deduce that it is moving quite fast, around 5,000 miles an hour at least. They claim it's moving at 17,500 miles an hour.
So let me finish. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm getting to my question.
You're getting interrupted. I've just got to try and take control of that. People will want to hear their interruptions in between, but we're going to get to the end of what you've got to ask, and then we'll get to our queries and concerns. Carry on.
So researching these satellites, if you will, they have propulsion systems in them, whether it's a chemical propulsion, electromagnetic propulsion, there are propulsion systems. I understand that as these objects are flying that velocity, they're free falling, if you will, through a geodesic, right? This is the claim. If it's a geodesic, that means gravity is the force that's keeping it in its path. This is the way I understand it. And if that's the case, then why would they need propulsion? And then you start to think, well, if they're using propulsion and it's a liquid or a chemical, well, how does liquids and chemicals work in a low pressure environment? Do they not evaporate and so forth, right? So as I'm going through the motions here of not being able to prove much, but other than look at my observations and then go look at the literature, do you think it's quite possible that, obviously it's possible. What I'm trying to get your opinion on here is if they are having objects up there, there must be two sides of truths. One is a story they're giving us, which has mathematical equations, which is a form of truth in their paradigm. And then we have to look at reality for what it is, which is you have an object that is moving in the sky very fast, high above, but is it in deep space? Is it moving at the velocity that they're suggesting? Because there is something up there. So what do you suggest it is, and what do you suggest they're doing to maybe hide the actual technology via the story of outer space? And that way people are looking at some unknown forces, and unknown applications. Anyway, I'm just curious to know what would you conclude those objects are, because they are up there. They are moving at fast speeds. What would you conclude?
I don't know what they are. What I do know is I've got a constant sleeping warrior background noise interruption through the whole of that. Thank you, Anthony.
What
unicorns?
silence.
Unicorns.
I need to know what objects are being claimed to be up there.
ISS. Let's just stick
The
with
thing
that.
is there is an objects, and there. If you go to any military, like there's a free military site, it's Eagle Org. I'll get you the site. Anyway, you can look at the weaponry they have. They tell you the velocity and speeds anywhere from, ballistic missiles to
Stop.
anywhere from 5,000.
Stop. We got to stop.
Anywhere
Hello,
from
stop, Delta. We've got to start addressing it. We heard all of it. We got all of it. I'm sure. Perfect. Because you've now reiterated the bit that Anthony wanted to interject with, which is to say we know what speed it's going. Anthony, go ahead.
Well, two things. This was the topic that got me into this arena. Red's Rhetoric was the first hangout I ever joined. I stumbled my way in there because I had photographs that I took with my friend's telescope of the ISS. And what I took with my own camera, I couldn't see how it was the ISS. And Red's managed to get it orientated in exactly the right position. And it even had the Soyuz capsule connected to it. And it made it look so credible because somebody had come in with questionable evidence to make them prove that this was the ISS and not some kind of blob. And they managed to do it. So I can agree that somebody that looked at the ISS, you do see the way it shows, it does appear that way. It does have this like a gunmetal grey shiny appearance to it, and it looks holographic. I've seen it myself, so I do agree that you can capture it. But yeah, the 5,000, you said that you captured it and it was traveling across the sky pretty quick, about 5,000 miles an hour. How do you know that?
Well, my map.
Got that figure from?
Well, here's the thing. I made some assumptions on it because as the app that I was using to track the ISS, it has to move between 2 points. And of course, I'm just using Euclidean, geometry because the baseline is going to be a flat point between two spots, right? So I was making assumptions based on the angle at which I was viewing the movement as it moved in and out of frame. So I just took some geometry and assumed distances between 2 points. I got around 90 miles and around 5,000 miles an hour. That's, of course, making assumptions, right? Because I can't verify. But I was just trying to, figure this out because, like I said, there are statements made.
Okay, we got it. We've got to keep this on track for each point. Sorry to keep cutting you off, but when you get to the end of the point that we're going to address, I've got to stop you. I'm really sorry, Delta. Okay. If the averages that you took, you said in frame, with respect to an elevation angle measurement that you're taking to the ISS when it's at the horizon, is it at zero elevation?
No, so I know that the human perspective has a limitation to how far that we can see above the surface of the Earth, but the weird and interesting part in the illusion is of course I can see the Orion's belt, which is technically the equator, so I can actually see as far as the equator if I'm looking at the Orion's belt, right? The ISS unfortunately passes into the horizon much sooner than that, but yet I can still see the Orion's belt behind it, if you will.
No, you're not
I'm just trying
to. I just want to reiterate my question.
Sorry, go ahead.
When you can still see it on the horizon, still visible, but just touching the horizon. What's its height based on your methodology?
Well, it would be just you would take an angle to it, make an assumption on the distance, and you would get a height to it, right? So, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out because they do admit there's things that go from 5,000 to 11,000 miles an hour. In weaponry.
Sorry, Delta. You've stepped past my point 3 times now. Right. Okay. You're saying, okay, let's say that it's at the equator from me here in the UK. Yeah. But your actual measurement of it is 0.001 degree above the horizon. You can see it. It's essentially touching the horizon. What does that calculate out to in terms of height, though? Is it about to crash?
I'd have to go look. I'd have to go look at the math. I mean, this is years ago that I did this observation. I'm just kind of revisiting the concept.
Well, just picture it in your mind. Just picture it in your mind. You've got a really long line along the baseline, and you've got a really, really, really long line with a teeny tiny bit that's basically touching where you've got 90, so much so that you can't even draw a 90 degree. And I'm saying, is it touching the ground?
Yeah, so all objects will converge. The convergence is real when it comes to perspective. So it's going to be an illusion. Nothing's actually changing size or disappearing, right? It's just the amount of resolvability due to perspective or eyesight, if you will. So when you make any kind of measurement like that, it's going to be relatively an optical illusion, especially the farther away it gets. I mean, the accuracy gets less and less the farther away, right? Especially a light in the sky. So.
The bottom line is we can't then deduce its distance or
instead.
speed. We can't deduce its distance then. Therefore, we can't deduce its height. Therefore, we can't infer its
You can
speed.
using a camera. You can because you can capture like a camera, right? It uses frame rates. So if you have again, this is all just kind of in frame, out of frame, and using the frame rates to calculate the speed, right? You have to make an assumption of the distance between the entering the frame and exiting the frame is going to be a distance between that. If you estimate the distance between that, you can get its speed, right?
This is too much presupposition. Basically, all you're doing is taking NASA's data of the supposed size and distance. What you've got in reality is an elevation angle. I want to ask you whether the elevation angle goes from 33.4 to 33.5 in your frame of shot. What actual information is that elevation angle giving you? Has it got anything to do with, that's what Nathan's asking, to do with the height of the ISS? Or is it just an elevation angle?
Well, it would be an elevation angle that you would have to make some assumptions to get height.
Perfect. No, hold on, stop a second.
Now what you're
hold on, Adam. Hold on.
Is
just 1 second, Adam. So now I've got it on screen, right? So in terms of altitude angle, it's got it defined from where's this from? Smithsonian. Altitude in this case is a special use of the word describing an angular measure and not a distance in feet above sea level. That's an elevation angle. So it's quite categorically...
Yeah, that's why you'd have to make an assumption of the distance, right? Because you wouldn't know the actual in and out of the actual, let's say, the polar point of where the object is moving from. Let's say one city to another, there's going to be two polar points
We got it the first 5 times. We understood the first 5 times. But it would be wrong making everything else beyond that void when you're talking about its speed.
That's what I'm saying. So my math is different from what they tell us the speed is. They're saying it's 17,500 miles an hour. If I measured the angle, use the frame rate, I get around 5,000 to 9,000 miles.
No, you don't.
Dude, you
don't get that speed. No. Your assumption versus their false assumption, which you can just debunk without then making a false premise of your own to juxtapose with it. You don't need to do that, and you can't do that. Neither can they, but you don't need to, and you're just as wrong as they when you make the assumptions, because you don't know what the light is and how high it is or how big it is. And you can't get that from an elevation angle as described by the Smithsonian. It won't give you its height. So you're not going to have that information. You keep disclaiming that it's just an assumption. Well, therefore it's okay. No, it's not, because you don't know the speed. If you've got a fly that flies across your field of view in your camera and you assume it's 93 million miles away, that's a pretty fast fly, right? No.
Yeah, I get it. You can definitely be deceived by the appearance of what it is, whether it's big, smaller, farther, or closer away, right? I mean, obviously you can make many assumptions and then develop some sort of equation to determine the speed between the 2 points that it travels. So
I've got to stop you. No, stop. You're saying you can do this. No, I wouldn't do that. You have done this and don't need to, but also that would be Keplerian orbital motion, the Western world are under the impression they are. They have done this and deceived the whole world with it. So just so we stack up what's got importance and what hasn't. They have lied about speeds, distances, and sizes for the ISS, all of which we can debunk. We have no slightest idea, and therefore should never be inferring it. And when you say we could do it, I say no, we couldn't, and no, you shouldn't. We all clear?
Well, here's the thing: if I have the app, let's say the ISS app, and I know my buddy is 200 miles from me, and the path of the ISS is going to pass both of our, let's say it's traveling along one longitude line, and both me and my buddy are along this one longitude line, and we know the distance between the 2 points, and we get the duration of the passing light and the object, we can determine its speed. I haven't seen many of that done in the flat Earth community, but you can definitely do that, and it definitely will at least narrow down the speed, right? Obviously, we can do that because we know the distance, and we can see the ISS passing over, whatever it is. My question again is coming down to there is something there. There is something traveling at high velocities. What would be the mechanism that they're using? Because they admit they use propulsion to keep it on course.
You're asking us the first time, but you're asking us within a paradigm that you refuse to relinquish, how the propulsion would work in a sky vacuum that violates natural law. It's a benign question because
no, that's not what I'm.
We don't have a sky vacuum while you interrupt this. It's very suspicious that you'd want to interrupt the annihilation of the actual argument to insist that we have a false dichotomy and explain how propulsion works. Delta, it seems interesting that you'd be interrupting this absolute annihilation of a sky vacuum and basically eliminating the need to answer your question. But you seem to be insistent to talk through that. Why is that?
No, what I'm saying is that they admit to be having propulsion on these units, right? So they themselves say there's propulsion on these satellites, whether it's electromagnetic, chemical, whatever. There's a propulsion system on it, and the idea is to keep it on course. So I'm saying that they admit that they have to use propulsion. Well, I understand you need, an atmosphere to use propulsion in, or else you don't get any push, right? So that's all I'm just saying is that these satellites, they in the literature says that we use propulsion, but in a vacuum of space, you would be using the geodesic or gravity. So,
but there is no vacuum of space. So at its heart, the question becomes pointless because we can debunk the area they're claiming any of this takes place in, including the ISS and any all satellites. If they're saying they're in a sky vacuum, regardless of their explanations with geodesics, number one, I don't need to juxtapose anything with that and explain what they say is in a sky vacuum and how they say it would work in a sky vacuum and how it must work if it's travelling through air, as I would infer their lie revolves around. I don't need to do this. I can debunk their story based on where they say their story takes place for both the ISS and all satellites that are claiming to be in orbit.
But there are objects up there traveling at high speeds.
Yeah.
That is
I don't know how fast they're going.
Can I ask the question?
Stop, Brian. You're making it unlistenable. No.
Well, this goes back to my original question, Nathan. So off you go.
Go on then.
I asked, my original question was that you answered, Nathan, and I didn't even ask you, was what objects? You said there's objects up there. What objects? Please be definite about the answer.
We've already defined this.
Hold on.
Don't know what the object is.
I've cleared the airways for Brian. He's asked a question. There's a silence now. Brian is saying, what objects specifically are you referring to, Flat Earth Delta? Go ahead.
Is that for me?
Yeah, what objects are you referring to specifically is Brian's question.
Oh, well, that's the thing, right? So all I can deduce from capturing video is that they're a light in the sky, and they move at various speeds. Some move slow, some move really fast. And if I make an assumption on distance, they're even if it's a little distance, they're still moving at a very fast speed.
No, they're not. I've got to be honest, Delta. Sorry. If we refute that 5 more times, will you just keep reasserting it? If so, we're done with this conversation. Either acknowledge what we've said, that's wrong. We've explained why 5 times. You just keep thinking that because you've disclaimed that as assumption in there, that somehow that's okay to move forward with as a point because it makes it valid, when it doesn't. No, you don't know what speeds they are. You don't know what distances. If that, quote, light in the sky you know nothing about is a bazillion times closer, like the fly example, then potentially it could be going very, very slowly. But what apparently, by comparison to other things in a sky that you don't know how far things are away, it's moving fast by your perception. You don't know what that light is, how far it is, or how fast it's going. You know none of the above, but you keep saying you do, because you can just make some assumptions.
Well, here's
even though
the
we've addressed
assumptions.
it 5
Yeah,
times, and now I'm being interrupted at the end of the summary, which debunks your point that you're going to rinse and repeat. What, because you've interrupted the end of the summary?
No, we're going to make, I already admitted that you make assumptions. Now, here's the reality about it,
yes,
though.
I know you admitted it. Can we stop doing that, though?
No, because the reality behind
Well, then we can't have the conversation. We've explained why it's unreasonable to make said assumptions, but if you're going to insist when we've debunked the reasons why you wouldn't make them, then you're unreasonable. We can't carry on the conversation then. Do you understand that?
It's not unreasonable to have...
It is, and I've told you why 5 times, telling me with a hand wave why our explanations and refutations of why it would be reasonable to make said assumptions is still reasonable will get you removed if you don't acknowledge the rebuttals. It is not reasonable to assert you know speeds. It is not reasonable to chant through the 6th rendition of that which you refuse to accept. It is not also reasonable for me to accept your non-acceptance and move forward with the discussion. I'm not going to be doing that either.
Yeah, I understand the problem with making assumptions on speeds. However, to alleviate the assuming, I know that if I have two locations and the object passes over the 2 locations,
he's going to reiterate. We heard it. I heard it the first 3 times.
Right?
Delta. Brian, you're making it even harder. I'll clear the airways for you, Brian. I've heard you. Yeah, Delta. We already heard this 3 times and have addressed it 3 times. You have ignored what we have said 3 times, and now you are trying to respond with it again for a 4th. I'm losing my patience with you, and I'm not asking for a response now. You've had plenty of opportunity, not just to rinse and repeat the same thing, but to address the responses you had when you said it the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd times. Now I'm going to open the airwaves to Brian, hopefully without an interruption to the end of the conclusion, which isn't inviting you to talk in any way, shape, or form, but opening the mic to Brian, rather than the 4th rendition of that which we have already heard. I'd prefer Brian goes, probably to repeat something you won't respond to for a 2nd or 3rd time. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. Flat Earth Delta, you're starting with a pre-assumption that you see lights in the sky and they are some form of an object, and that's your first pre-assumption. I see lights in the sky and I see them moving around. I don't know what they are, but I certainly can't make pre-assumptions concerning them. I don't know how far they are away, and I can't make any pre-assumptions about their speeds. I can't even make a pre-assumption about anything about them. They're just lights. So if all you've got is lights in the sky, and that's your starting premise, then you've got nothing more than that. You can't make any pre-assumptions about what they are, and you certainly can't make pre-assumptions about what speed they're going. That's just ridiculous. It's a bad rule.
Yeah, so I understand that as an observer myself, it would be very hard to determine speed and height for sure. Height for sure.
No, what they
if there was 2 individuals, if there's 2 individuals,
no, he's not.
If there's 2 individuals, and we can...
The problem is you're getting interrupted because you haven't affirmed what is put to you. You don't know what they are, do you? To call them objects, to know that they'd have a speed?
Yeah, but it's not what... It doesn't matter what they are.
Oh, so his point's not relevant. It doesn't matter. Unreasonable. Yes, it does. That's why he put it to you, and you are essentially hand-waving it.
No, what I'm trying to do is determine the speeds of an object, not what they are. So if I'm trying to...
so if we know that they're not just a torchlight on a wall, we know it's an object with a physical speed because it's a physical object when it's just a light from a torch that's projected onto a wall. Now, we're definitely going to need to know what it is to know it's an object with a physicality to have a speed in the first instance. If you interrupt me one more time at the end of my conclusion that debunks and makes your point stupid, I'm going to remove you, Delta. I'll say it again without the interruption. If it comes, removal. Clear? Good. Rhetorical. No. If it's just a torch on a... Remove him, prick. Can't tolerate it. Bye-bye. It's not going to be accepted. You're not going to raise my blood pressure. You can come back tomorrow. Get lost. No. If it's a light on the wall, this annihilates his point, by the way, which is absolute refusal 6th time around from 2 different people. No, we need to know what it is first to know if it's going to have a physicality to have a speed. We don't know that, therefore we can't make any assumptions. But I don't even... Not going to have it. Not going to be talked through my conclusion every time. Not when it's the 6th rendition. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's not,
what I was going to ask. What is it?
That's not Delta. That's Flat Earth Data. And you muted him. He's got a book out now. Or he's getting ready to put a book out on Amazon, and you're in it. So I'd be nice to him if I were you, because I can guarantee you're in his book.
Don't care.
I knew you didn't. Me
What's
neither.
the book about? Hold on. What's the book about?
Great
Satellites?
Delusion.
Assumptions.
The Great Delusion or something. He's compiled over years, because Flat Earth Data has been out here a while. He's compiled. I haven't read the book. I'm just saying that I'm in there. I know for a fact you're in there. And he was on 24/7 last night, and Miggy got frustrated with him, and a couple other Flat Earthers did, and they muted him too. So you're not the only one.
Yeah, my projector's out of focus. I'm going to go and focus it.
Yeah, it's not Delta. It's Flat Earth Data.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he got the data wrong.
Yeah, my projector was well out of focus. Yeah, if I'd have read it actually without it being out of focus, I'd have probably realised who he was quicker, because I know who Flat Earth Data is.
I know that voice anywhere.
Was I in the book? Was I in the book?
No, D Rose.
You deserve to be. You're in someone's book.
I hope so. The main book, the good book.
Why do people behave like that? It's because I know why. Because it's not conducive with what he's already written and published. So therefore, I can't let this fly. This immediately undermines something I've written about.
The ISS is getting a lot of traction now because of the movie that Chocolate's so excited to see.
You leave Chocolate alone.
I want to kick his face in. That's what I want to do. I want to smash your head in.
No need. No need.
You're not excited to see the movie about a movie?
It's going to be a whole movie.
Why are all these people coming out of the woodwork? Bell, Bev, Data, Jaren. Why is it at the moment? Why are we suddenly the bad guys that are attacking?
Answer your own question, Nathan. What are we trying to do?
Tell people Earth's flat. It's really simple. It's not like it's a big deal, right? We've claimed to be flat earthers, and we're saying maybe it'd be a good idea to say Earth's flat. But apparently that's a really bad thing, and suddenly all the woodwork suddenly opens up and all these little wiggly worms come out of it. Like, where did all these come from? Oh, you're all familiar too.
Some people like to argue, and that ends the argument. Nothing left to discuss.
Yeah, we ended the globe argument 4 years ago. Now we're ending the flat Earth discussion. It's measured flat.
The Flat Earth discussion ended itself 9 years ago when there was no curvature to be found and no one could present it. It ended itself there. People just kept going.
Yeah, it needed to work out the way it did. You know, we've been pushed into this position where we can make a much more affirmative claim that's stronger than ever. In fact, you couldn't even call it a claim anymore. It's just a statement of fact. Can't really go on a stronger foot forward.
Yeah, well, when they can't produce curvature, any consistent curvature to the Earth, that coin is the end of that 9 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, what more would you need? You know, what have they done since then? Not presented for 9 years.
Wouldn't expect to see curvature. That's the best we got.
Nobody's suggesting the ground under the mountain's curving.
Who's that under the house? That was I forgot his name.
Highlander.
Highlander. What happened to him? Is he in a land of misfit toys as well?
I have something to read out. QE, are you there? This is important.
I'm eating breakfast.
It's still important, though, whether you're eating breakfast or not.
You use your ears to listen, your mouth to chew.
Shut up, Neil. I don't need. I'm not going to respond. You can read it.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll read it out. You're all well aware of this. Yeah, I'm going to read it out, and don't jump in. Leave me make my point at the end. It is inconceivable that any inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to all matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another. One to another is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left open to the consideration of my readers. Now, the part I want to focus on, we all know who that is, it's Isaac Newton, right, talking about gravity to Dr. Richard Bentley, I think the man's name is, right? The part I want to focus on is by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I, that's Isaac Newton, believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. What he's saying there, this is for all the people out there. And I've known this every time I've heard it and every time I've read it. And I never made a point of, highlighting it. What he's telling you is that if you believe that complete and utter nonsense, then you are a bonehead. That's what he's telling you. So for everyone out there who's pushing a force of gravity, Isaac Newton is telling you you're a bonehead. That's what the man is telling you. Yeah.
I agree with Brian's assessment.
Yeah, he says you have no faculties. What does that tell you?
Yeah, it's an absurdity.
I'll read it again. It is to me so great an absurdity that I believe, as Isaac Newton, I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. So if you've fallen into a force of attraction between what claimed masses, whatever they are, right, instantaneous force of attraction at a distance through a vacuum, if you've fallen into that, or through anything, then Isaac Newton is telling you that you are not a person who has a competent, who in philosophical matters has a competent faculty of thinking. That's his polite and educated way of saying you're an idiot.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a philosophical dunderhead.
What, Nathan?
I think this is.
But how come they don't see? Hold on, how come they don't see that?
This is one of those times that I've actually pointed something out before, Brian. Maybe a few weeks before.
A couple of weeks.
Right. a little bit.
Okay, but the question is, why ain't they getting it?
Why didn't Brian get it a couple of weeks before chocolate's the main question.
No.
And just one second, Neil. Just one sec. You brought it up earlier, right? You was like, they do mock me. And we do mock you, Brian. But a couple of weeks back, I explained why. Right? Most of the time, it's out of... how did I put it last time? Because you're smarter than us. It's me knocking you to feel better about the fact that there's often times that you demonstrate a higher degree of intelligence than I do. so it's easier to knock you. That's why. It's a fault on my part. Yeah, it's revealing of me. In my, I don't want to use the word fear because that's not the correct word. I can't think of the right word. But there's a certain level of intellect you have that's beyond mine, that it's easier to mock than acknowledge.
It's insecurity. And I want to know what
insecurity,
a baller
that's the word.
When a baller reads that.
Let me just agree with Neil. Perfect, Neil. It is my own insecurity. That's why you're getting mocked. So I'm telling you that so you can take it as a compliment or call me on it when it happens next.
Are you at present? Are you right now texting Adam saying it's really because he's Irish?
Now you're joining in on the humour. And yes, I am.
Yeah, I understand. Look, I can't expect people to take me serious 24/7. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes, see, the problem is sometimes I'm trying to make a serious point, and it's not coming across as serious.
Yeah, because Nathan's goofing around.
Yeah, and I don't want to mess with the show either. I don't want to be like, you better start, taking me serious, or else it's going to cost you $500 to get me back here. I don't want to do that. So instead of popping the rock in our place.
Sometimes it just feels like you want. Sometimes it just feels like you want to mock Arwin. I've got to be honest with you.
Well, with all this lovely chat, in Discord, right at the current moment, you have Danny Faulkner in your chat, sir.
Oh, hello, Danny.
Why didn't he come on?
Oh, he's not in not in the VC.
Yeah, he's in the VC. He's Discord.
Yeah, where I can't see him in the DC.
Danny 57.
Well, let's ask Danny a question. I want him to explain Jeremiah chapter 10.
Let's be polite. Hello, Danny, first and foremost. Can we call you Danny?
Sorry, Joshua.
Thanks, Neil. Do you have a title?
Have we got to call Danny Joshua?
What does he has a title, does he not? I want to be respected. Excuse me.
I said Jim.
Do you not have a title? Is it like Dr. Faulkner or something?
You do remember the question pinned against him, right?
Danny Faulkner? Yeah.
Yeah. Gas pressure without a container, right?
Don't ruin it. He hasn't even said hello yet.
Oh, I'm just making sure that you haven't forgotten, and that was the only question that you were going to ask him.
Question now is Joshua chapter 10.
He hasn't said hello, and if he did, all he would be met with was you and Neil rumpusing him.
Yeah, just remember, there hasn't been a question that he's been unable to answer yet so far.
But he did answer. He took us to Hillbilly Blue Balls and showed us gas pressure.
Can we see if the guy is actually here? Or
No, indefinitely. That will be delayed by Neil.
He didn't actually answer. He sat there in silence, just looking at him like a bunny between the headlights. That's all he actually did.
That's what we're going to get now, unless you guys actually clear the airwaves eventually. Hello, Danny. Can I call you Danny? Danny? Or would you prefer Doctor if it is Dr. Faulkner?
No, Joshua.
He's obviously not at his desk, guys. AFK.
I got the scripture wrong, Adam.
I won't question you.
Hypothetically, if you were here, what questions would we have for Danny that we need answering? Because he's got the answers, as we know.
Joshua chapter 10. Hold on.
Be a Christian question.
He's in the Christian neighborhood, punting all of this nonsense. I just want the answer to Joshua chapter 10.
Is Joshua chapter 10 a question?
No.
You just beat me to it. I was just going to ask that. Is that a question, Neil? What are you
Yes, there's a question. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Did Joshua...
What about all the people who are listening that don't?
I'm about to, if you just give me a second.
It's your fault, Chocolate.
Yep, I'll take full responsibility.
Keep rumpusing. You know, I get yelled at for things like this.
Neil.
Oh.
Would you like me to read it? 12 through
Yes,
14.
please, because I'm driving. Yes.
On the day the Lord gave the Amorites over to Israel, Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Ajalon. So the sun stood still and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies, as it is written in the book of Joshua.
So that totally goes against the heliocentric paradigm that the Earth is moving. Correct?
13 goes on to finish that the sun stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed going down about a full day. Clear what's moving, what's not moving, what's stopping, what's starting. Me.
That sounds like the sun's moving.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, the reason why I asked him was because he's got a book called Answers in Genesis. So I'm asking you a question.
Well, there's your problem, Neil, isn't it? This is in Joshua.
Yeah, it's not Answers in Joshua, Neil.
Got him.
That's just the title of his book. Let's not
That's
get
not a
pedantic.
title of a. That's not a title of a book. That's an organization.
Oh, okay.
My God,
Title of
Neil.
his organization.
Yeah, God, you're getting absolutely all your things wrong here.
Doesn't matter. What I got right is it's the sun that's stopping, not the Earth. I want to see you guys. I want to see one of you guys perform what I perform and still be on a freaking show.
I drove home yesterday whilst on the show.
I'm not just driving, baby.
He's also talking.
Talking, getting orders, going to the wrong store sometimes.
It's going to be on a show where you're going around getting orders and delivering stuff.
Matter of fact, I'm passing the other guy. I'm passing Dean Odell now. Maybe I'll go in there and cause a ruckus.
Just to remind everybody, the other question that Danny Faulkner needs to be asked is about whether gravity is a force or not. I remember he was one of the ones that was pushing that gravity was a force, if you remember.
Hello, Mike.
I think we just heard from Isaac Newton.
All right.
You guys are roboting really bad in Discord, eh? He's not going to hear anything you guys are saying. Because we aren't.
What you mean? Say again.
Your connection is dodgy. You're roboting. All of you guys.
Okay.
Mainly Brian.
Mainly Brian.
That's gonna get met with a perfect.
Hang on, all you guys, then mainly Brian. That doesn't seem right. Either it's all of us or it's just me.
I just wonder whether, Brian, these Americans hear your accent
You guys are
as
back.
like you're a robot.
You're saying it's racism, is it? Accent
That's what they
racism.
hear. They don't hear like, oh, that's an Irish accent. They think, oh, that's an accent of a robot.
Adam, that's fucking hilarious.
And his mic completely, the voice completely goes away and comes back. When the rest of the panel, it just chops every now and again.
Does it have an accent though? When it does.
Thanks, George.
Very funny. No, it just fades away. When he's talking, he fades away. He tends to fade away and come back like someone is playing with his volume, you know?
Yeah, like Nathan has a little slider, and as I'm talking, he's going down and up a bit, and down and up a bit. Kind of
That was just Brian breaking up, by the way. It wasn't anything to do with Discord that time.
I mean, I say we resort right back to 1969 Apollo technology, because apparently they could hear each other better than we can now in 2024.
Been lost, I'm afraid, chocolate, and it'd be too painful to get it back.
Speak.
GPs. In space.
That got ruined.
Yes, it did.
So when are we going to get hello from Danny? I don't recall him ever being in this server before.
It's
Oh yeah.
It's not gonna work. You guys are still not having a good connection. Something is wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but you guys are chopping.
Well, you're
Nathan,
chopping.
not as
Well,
bad,
you're
but-
chopping currently, Righteous, which makes me think it's your
That's
fault.
right. You're chopping.
And now everyone in.
Yeah, I'm having Nathan's connection. That's why I'm chopping.
Oh, hey Nathan, drop out and come back in again.
Fine.
When he comes back in, everybody pretend that we can't hear him.
It won't have made any difference, Anthony. Yes, I can hear you.
No, it didn't make a difference.
Alfiddle, I'll press a few buttons. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, and it's not the first time Danny's been in here. He was in here the other day when Bevtard was in here, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
He hangs around a lot. He also does it in 24/7.
Yeah,
You
Like
don't
a
have the
moron.
answers. I got the answers. You don't have the answers.
He's like a spider.
I got the answer. You don't have the answers. I got the answers.
I haven't come up with a question that I haven't been able to answer just yet, or whatever it was. Chocolate, do you remember how we worded it?
How we worded what? Say that again.
Do you remember when Nathan Thompson got him cornered and he literally sat him down and he said, I didn't have gas pressure without a container. And Nathan was like, come on, answer me. And he sat there looking at him like a little child, 5-year-old looking at the car headlights as he's about to be squashed.
Yeah.
Wait a second, guys. If you guys are trying to get Danny Faulkner to talk, shouldn't you guys entreat him a little bit? Say, hello, Danny Faulkner, how you doing?
I tried that.
It's nice to see you. It's a beautiful day.
I tried that. I tried to ask him
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
what I should ask him, what I should address him as. I did try that.
Dr. Dumbass.
See that? I didn't take that tact. No need. Thank you.
No, we just address him as
Well,
Danny,
the thing
because
is,
that's his name.
Hi, Danny.
Well, hold on a second, guys. If you guys can get him to talk on the show, that would be really great for Nathan's show. You guys got to think about Nathan's show a little bit.
Yeah, but he's clearly AFK, and he's not going to join or hear us while he's AFK.
He's not AFK.
Right, but
we understand what you're saying, Righteous. We got you.
Thank you.
It ain't gonna matter. He's not coming off mute.
I don't think he's ever going to come off mute.
And we all do care about the show.
All right. Well,
First
if
thing
he's
I
not
see-
going to come off mute, if he's not going to come off mute, then we know it's not on our end if we behave accordingly. Does that make sense?
It's mute.
Tell that coward to get his ass in here.
Yeah, but
How's
we
that?
can't push
Is
it.
that cordial enough?
We can't push it. We can't push it too far the other way either. We're definitely not blowing smoke up his ass and pandering to his acumen or anything like that. He's just Danny, right?
Bro, but he's got the answers. We don't have the answers. He's got the answers.
But wait a second. Are we not supposed to be not interested in the character? We're just supposed to be interested in the arguments? Like, forget the character.
We're just not going to call him Dr. Danny Faulkner. We'll just call him Danny, right? Big D. We'll call him Big D.
Just call him Danny. Big D even sounds.
Call him Danny57. That's his username.
Well, Big
Your ass in here, Danny.
Yeah, but some people like to be addressed as doctor if they've got a doctorate, and who can blame them?
I don't think he has got a doctorate, though. They all claim that they're all
What does he
doctors and
have a
specialists in
doctorate
the
in?
field.
He does have it. He's a doctor. Dr. Danny Faulkner.
Right. So he's put
In
the word
what?
in. Neil. So when you've put whatever it took him 8 years probably to get to that position, probably longer, you just respect that. That's all. It takes minimal effort to respect that. People have demanded that we respect that they've decided they're a woman today. Yet I'm not going to pay respect to someone who's put 8 years, 9 years, 10 years worth of work into his craft to be able to call himself that. No, I'll definitely respect that.
That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. I agree with that 100%. I don't think we respect a person's education enough. I asked, what is his doctorate in?
Astrology, isn't it? Astronomy.
Dr. Faulkner, are you there?
Dr. Faulkner.
Isn't that a pseudoscience?
Shut up, Neil.
Does it matter?
We'll get into that.
Seriously, Neil.
We'll get into that. Don't spoil
Aging
it too
Dr.
soon.
Faulkner.
Attention, Dr. Faulkner.
Nathan, in the background, you should be getting that clip from Nathan Thompson where he asked him that, because he never answered that question, did he? He just sat there looking like a Jaffa.
But he knows the answers, Anthony.
Yeah, we want to know the answer to that question.
He has all the answers.
Are we going to berate him, or are we just going to have a cordial conversation?
Sure.
Are we going to berate him, or are we going to have a cordial conversation?
I
mean,
see.
if he
Reading
doesn't
between,
want to,
like, what he's asking, if he's asking that in back chat, is, will I get shouted at by Nathan? No, you won't.
Don't know, can't guarantee it.
No, I give him my word. I won't be yelling at him. He'll get perfect enough time to put his points. I'll even shut the panel down if they talk through him at the objectionable points in what he's conveying.
Would we ever be given that same courtesy ever in anywhere in this topic ever? I don't think anybody would ever agree to that to us.
well, I mean, we don't have to be as bad as they are, do we?
No, even though he strawmanned me like 25 times by name, using my name in his book, I will be perfectly disciplined.
You're right. We should follow the example of Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. Looking forward to your next president.
All right, Danny, you heard from them. They're not going to berate you. They're going to make it all cordial. Do you want to come off mute, Danny? I mean, sorry,
Did you just make that up?
No. It was all true.
It sounds too good to be an actual thing that she said.
That's actual quote and actual thing, I think.
Said it.
Yeah, she did say that.
Just before hitting a massive bonk.
She?
Let's not go there. She can identify as anything she likes, apparently.
Hold on, Michelle Obama identifies as something other than a woman. Are you kidding me?
No, she identifies as a woman. That's why we use the term she.
Yeah, I was going to say. Right, okay, I don't know where that came out of.
She's got a
Dr. Faulkner left.
Shout out to
Although I did see a video that said she was played by Will Smith, so there is that. No, actually, that's a lie. It was Morgan Freeman.
Do we have to wait for Danny to probably not actually speak? Can we not just carry on as though he's not here?
Yeah, he left.
He left.
Just carry on. Like.
No, he's gone. He just left. As soon as you asked that question, I blame you, Anthony.
You know the guy that was talking about ISS before? Is he still here?
Flat Earth Delta.
No, he's gone too. Flat Earth Delta.
Because like when he said about the 5,000 miles and we picked him up on it, and then he said, well, I've admitted that we're making some assumptions. I wanted to flip it the other way around and said, well, let's make some assumptions ourselves. Let's assume that it's not capable of being seen at the size that they say, even though we can see it, because of the actual size of it is from distance. The angular size is too small for us to be able to resolve. Let's assume that it's too small for us to be able to resolve and see would he agree to that. And then when he wouldn't agree to that because we do see it, then say, well, it's not reasonable that we agree to your assumptions then either.
Yeah, but Anthony, the problem with that kind of an argument with them is they can use the intensity of the light. You may not see the object, but you might see the light. Do you know what I mean?
Well, then you don't know how far away it is, then, do you? All you see is a light. This is what Fight the Flat Earth's argument was. I don't see the lighter in my hand. I only see the light from it. not the lighter. And it's like, obviously you do see the lighter, because if it was if it were a closed fist and you saw the light from the closed fist and then it hit you on the nose, there would be blood loss. So you're obviously seeing the fist because there's blood loss. If you were only seeing the light from the fist, then when there was a strike at the face, it would be hologrammatic. The fist would go straight through you because you're not actually seeing a fist. You're only seeing light from the fist, but not the fist. And he just doesn't understand that. I'm like,
you telling me you put it in? No, because if the perturbation of illumination becomes manifest, then you would get a bloody nose.
If the perturbation of the manifestation, what?
Did you put it in those terms to him, Anthony?
Of the emasculation.
Did you put it in those terms to him, Anthony?
Yeah.
I can't believe that somebody who's a violent criminal woman beater wouldn't understand it when put in those terms. You'd think it would be right up his street.
Yeah, you have to ask him, was it his fist that hit her face when he punched her? Or was it just the light from his fist?
No, don't mischaracterize his violent offences, please. It was an offensive weapon, it wasn't his fist.
Well, what was it? What did he do?
It was his walking stick that he beat the woman with, not his fist.
Oh, yeah. So was it the walking stick that beat the woman, or was it the light from the walking stick that beat the woman?
There you go. If you're going to turn it into a comparison. So, Chav woman beater Craig McNeil of the Fight the Flat Earth channel, was it just the light from your walking stick that poked that woman when she, quote unquote, raged at you, victim blamer?
Your Honor, it wasn't me. I didn't use my walking stick. I only used the light from my walking stick.
Yeah,
my walking stick is a hologram.
Did he use that as a defence for the judge? It wasn't my stick that poked the raping woman that I'm blaming the victim for my outrageously violent acts. It was just the light from the stick.
When you apply it, it's so much more effective.
Yeah, but how could he beat the woman? Because the woman wouldn't be there, because that wouldn't be her, because everything is refracted.
Yeah, he missed. It was a wild swing, Your Honor. I didn't hit her. I missed because she was refracted out of the way.
Didn't say refracting. He said she was raging at him. His victim blaming was that she was raging at him, therefore justifying the beating that she took with a violent offensive weapon from a woman beater. She was raging at him, says woman beater Fight the Flat Earth to the judge.
If that was what the case was, if that really was what he argued, you know what the judge will say next? Self-defense is the only time that you can get away. Murder is the only time you can get away with provocation. Otherwise, you've got to argue self-defense. And if he didn't argue that, then he's screwed.
Sorry, didn't he post pictures of men being abused by women?
Yeah, he likes to blame the victim.
I don't know.
Yeah, convicted violent criminals tend to blame their victims. That's what they do, Neil.
Not for now, but that would be embarrassing. Where'd you get that shiner from? My wife hooked off on me. Sorry.
Why are you making light of that? Now I've got to address that. How is it any different? Makes no difference which way around it is. If one of our opponents was a female anti-flat earther who went around beating her husband, they'd get the same treatment that Fight the Flat Earth's getting for beating women. You know, it doesn't make any difference to me who's being violent, and the fact that their gender is female or male, who cares?
You can't get beat up by your wife, Nathan.
I'll reiterate the exact point again I would, having left the small pause. Thank you, Flat Earth Delta. So glad I put my points to you.
Oh, he's back?
No, he's talking to you, you Burke.
No shit, Sherlock.
Where's that Flat Earth Delta at?
Nathan, he was just talking to him.
So, QE, did you listen when I was reading out the letter?
Yeah, I was listening and eating. And
Brian up there, Brian in the chat. So
you've come to the conclusion after reading that he was using a 17th or 18th century description of a knobhead.
Well, pretty much.
Hang on a minute. 17th or 18th section. I don't think the word knobhead was used in that period because the word knob in the 17th and 18th century.
That's what he said, Anthony.
He actually said knobhead.
Oh.
No. QE was saying, QE was relaying to me that he had listened to my reading of the letter, stating that, go on, Chocolate. You can remember
I was
that.
just going to tell Stupid Warrior I missed him.
I'm catching up.
I know.
So, Anthony,
good to
is
hear
it
you, brother.
angular size or angle size?
Oh, God.
Well, that's a legitimate segue into the Arwin point, because I was curious to know what is the current position. Because the last time I came in and we had a good disagreement on something, I was disagreeing with Nathan, I was disagreeing with Adam, and towards the end, I'm sure Brian got involved as well, and it started to become a pile-on. Now, I can deal with Adam, and I can deal with Nathan, and I can deal with Brian as well, really, but it's pushing it. 3's a bit much. But when it's like Arwin as well, and Arwin's like two people, because I can't get a word out, and that's the bit that drives me nuts. So what I was wondering was, what is the current position with Arwin? Has he left in disgust or what?
He wants $500 or he ain't coming back. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, you should have said something like that, Steve Moyer, because you just came back for free.
I should have said something like that because what, Brian?
Because you came back for free. You should at least have your account.
Oh, I missed that. You have to say the full sentence. I missed it.
You came back for free.
Nothing wrong with your mic, Brian. It's all fine. It's all fine.
I just came back because I wanted to know what the current position was, because I realised there's an issue.
You like the drama.
Yeah.
Actually, I like the ability.
Let me just defend you, Sleeping Warrior. No. Notice that Anthony's here and he's just made a point. No one actually acknowledged what Anthony just said. I was listening, Anthony. Right? He made a point about why he's not been here, and now he is here. Now, I don't have to read between the lines too much to notice someone's presence and someone else's absence and hear what he just said that nobody acknowledged. Everybody just whistled past straight what you said, Sleeping Warrior. None of them.
I understood what he meant.
Yeah, I just like the ability to be able to speak, regardless of whether I'm right, wrong, or otherwise. Just getting a couple of words out is it's a breath of fresh air for me. It's like,
Yeah, well, there's a delusion going on, okay? Because he doesn't see it that way.
That
he
is the
thinks
way it
you
is.
love him and he's ace. And no matter what happens, it's okay.
I do like him. I just don't think he shows enough respect when he's disagreeing with people. That I expect more from Arwin when he's disagreeing with me than I expect from the likes of Fight the Flat Earth or Simon Dan or anyone like that. I expect nothing from them. I expect scorn, vitriol, nastiness, all the negatives. I expect that from them. But I do not expect that from Arwin, whether he's playing bowling or not.
How is Arwin going to know if it's not being addressed? He keeps getting big brother and swept under the freaking rug, and that's why the situation's going on now. And it's getting ready to be swept under the rug again.
How does he know if it's not being addressed? Well, it's not difficult to work out that I don't join the show because somebody's on the panel that won't let me speak. So, process of elimination. If Chocolate's not rude and offensive, it's not him. If Brian's not rude and offensive, it's not him. You can work it out, right? But if he's not working it out, it's on him that. He should be able to work it out.
This will come as a total shock to him. Trust me, Anthony, but I'm not referring to you right now.
That's the reason I've not been here, because I can't get a word in when Arwin decides he's not going to let me speak. He over talks all the time.
No. It's never going to get dealt with.
Unless you're more direct now.
But if it doesn't really need to
more
get dealt
direct, then you baby him too much. You never treat him like a grown adult. You treat him like a baby, and he continues to act like a baby. Now, Nathan will say, well, that's all, and that's it. He's my friend, and I take him that way. Fine. But it doesn't matter. You still got to deal with what's going on in the show.
Isn't that the reason why Baldwin has been asked to commit suicide?
Just one sec, Anthony. What was that, Elvis? Go ahead again. Elvis. Oh, okay. Just when someone else is talking. Fine. Go ahead.
Isn't that the reason why Baldwin was asked to vacate the stage? Because there's no place for Baldwin anymore? Because of that petulant behavior that Neil's describing?
I don't think he was asked like that. That's not how Nathan put it.
That's what I heard. It was in the first 10 minutes of the show yesterday or the day before.
That's exactly what I asked for.
He said Baldwin's got to die. There's no place for Baldwin anymore.
Yeah, but that's not why he asked for Baldwin to die.
Exactly.
That's not why he asked what, Chocolate?
Baldwin to go away. Right?
Well, his behavior wouldn't be tolerated on even his own show. Baldwin's behavior would get him blocked on Arwen's own show. Would it not?
Yeah, but that's not the greater point of why we don't put. Well, we could say we don't need Baldwin in like quotes. You know what I mean?
So are you saying that the bigger argument, the bigger foot forward is because we're winning the argument, we don't need Baldwin anymore? So regardless of his behavior, that role is defunct now. It's redundant, right? Because we've got all the winning arguments, we've got all the science, we've got all the geometry, we've got all the good points, and they're being missed by petulant and childish behavior, right?
I agree with all of that, except the side, regardless of his behavior. That's I didn't say that, but that's just the extra topic of the shit cake.
I said that.
No, there's a distinguishment here. The role of Baldwin is one thing that we'd actually spoken to Arwen privately about anyway, about killing it, because that character, that point of objection doesn't really serve a purpose anymore, and to use his intellect a bit better. That's one thing, and what is requested is also Arwen's behaviour to his so-called friends. It wasn't too long ago, I don't think it was on the show, but I ended up waiting for and had to see my arse at him and say, you cannot talk to me like that. If you continue, we will desist. I'm sick of you petulant, childish, spoiled outbursts. When somebody challenges you, you turn into spastic mode, where we're flailing around, screaming at people, making stupid allegations. It's not how I deal with my friends, and you better stop it. I think there was a few of us here. It's not the first time. And I think that's the point of behaviour that people all have previously tried to set boundaries. I know Neil's challenging Nathan specifically, but this has happened previously. He has been challenged. Not done it to me again since, and I got an apology. But sadly, this is repeated behaviour. And he does actually, this is a group of men here, right? And you've got to behave like one. There's a point of toleration, but there's also a point where you say, I'm sorry, little boy. Carry on acting like a little kid. Carry on acting like a little kid. Then we're done, aren't we? But he needs to address it. It's not, and those 2 points of distinction, I think, need making. The request about Baldwin is very different to Arwen, how he treats us people and what he's done these past day or so, to his so-called friends. We sat there and defended him. We're being critical, but we're not doing what he's doing, behaving like that. And that's sad to see. But this is on him.
Just to make that point.
Time he took to chat when there was a disagreement about something, runs to chat. Tenth has brought this up years ago, how you ripped Tenth in chat when they had a disagreement on the show. If you're a mate, you're a mate. And mates don't act like that. I'm sorry.
Of course. So, do you remember when we were talking about angular size, and it would be seen as a rage quit, right? I got that pissed off with the way that I was being treated by Arwin that I rage quit, because if it didn't, I was going to turn around and tell you all to fuck off, and I would never have come back to the show. And I really felt like that at the time. And I've not been back for a long time because of it. But what should have happened in that conversation was Nathan should have brought up his citation, which he did. I'd have brought up mine, which I did. Then we would have said, which one do we pick? And then the conclusion would have only been, well, we have two conflicting citations of the same description, which shouldn't be the case. Because remember, we're supposed to have all of the science at our fingertips. This is supposed to be settled science, isn't it, according to them? So there shouldn't be two opposing or two different definitions for angular sizes. They should be both consistent with each other. And the conclusion should have been that either it's intentional obfuscation to confuse the matter, or there's a lot of poor quality so-called science guys making web pages on the internet, and they're just not a good enough standard. But what actually happened was I left because...
First of all, they weren't science; it was geometry, and both citations said the same.
One sec, QE. What is it, Reg? Reg.
I think you just got a bit of feedback off John.
Well, during that time,
As soon
Arwin
as I
thinks
get a
she was
reply,
okay
Neil
to speak
starts
to you that way.
talking. Literally, the second Reg starts responding. I'm having a nightmare here trying to sort out our audio issues. Reg, what?
I don't think Reg is responding. I think he's picking up again from his microphone's picking something up when someone speaks.
No. Reg opened his line, said something, and then closed it, and now refuses to respond. Reg. Go ahead, Anthony.
John just John interrupted to say that both citations said the same thing. They did not. They were opposing. One of them said it's the size.
They did not.
Go
It's
on,
not
John.
science, it's geometry. You said science citations. They weren't science citations. They were geometry citations.
I was arguing it from their perspective as a baller. That's what they would say.
Arguing? No. Argue from their perspective? Who's there?
Yeah. The freaks, the idiots, not people. I'm not arguing as a flat earther here. I'm arguing as devil's advocate for the ball. I would be arguing that the citations are all at the fingertips of Google. You can get all of the wealth of knowledge of man at fingertips. That's what they say. And when you look it up and you type up what is the angular size definition, and you get two ones that say two different things, it shouldn't be that way. They do. They do. They
Wow.
did.
Bring them up. Let's say them again. We'll go through it again, and then you'll leave for 8 months.
Okay, just one sec.
Well,
If
you conclude the points,
Sleepy
I
Warrior
won't,
and
but if you
John,
shout
just
at
one
me,
second.
then I will.
Just one second, Anthony. Did you guys in Discord hear all of the conversation between Quantum Eraser and Anthony? Did it all come through clearly?
Can you guys hear what? You guys are really chopping.
So that's a no
And
then.
I don't think Reg was hot micing. Like he was on mute the whole time. I'm gonna take him off server mute. So I don't know how you seen Reg flashing or anything like that, because we didn't notice anything. Maybe you're like glitching on your end or something.
Okay,
Or
all I
Nathan
need to
might have
know
made a
is... It's like I'm speaking to brick walls. Is it coming through clearly?
No.
Coming in terribly.
I'm not asking Anthony in the frigging G+ channel. Anthony, please. I've tried to interject into your conversation to talk to Discord. We've got audio issues. Every time I try and address them, I spend 4.5 minutes telling everyone else who I'm trying to communicate with, shut up for a second. Is it clear in Discord, yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody's very choppy.
And it wasn't Anthony. I said no. That was me.
Sorry, Anthony.
Just because Arwen's gone doesn't mean I become the football boy now.
That's exactly what it
attack
means.
him now, Anthony. Attack him. Smash his head in.
That's the rules.
There's a
It would have
ranking.
no, Tony. It would have been Neil right? But because you left for so long, you've gone back to the bottom. You're like a new entry, so it's you we pick on.
No. I'm still somewhere. I'm still somewhere near the top, at least top 3.
No. Well, let's all vote on it. Does Tony go back to the bottom or retain his previous position?
No, he doesn't go back to the bottom. And there's only a couple of people allowed to say, "Shut up, Neil." Let's get that straight.
Shut up, Neil.
I don't even know if he knows the arguments. Where you been at, man?
I know the arguments.
Wow.
Man, do you know what? I've forgotten arguments that no longer exist. They're that good.
That's true.
Well, I just want to congratulate Quantum Racer on his Liverpool accent, because I actually thought it was Anthony as well.
Me too.
You wanted to congratulate him on what?
His Liverpool accent.
Oh, his Liverpool accent, right? Come on, now let's hear your Liverpool accent, John.
Say again?
Let's hear your Liverpool accent. Tell me something that you did today in a Liverpool accent.
I can only say one word to sound like I have a Liverpool accent, so I can't do that.
Come on, then, what is it?
American.
What's the one word that you can say? Go on.
No.
That sounded more like Brian.
That did sound like Brian.
Can't lie. I think that's a mix. That's Irish, John.
Yeah, that wasn't Irish. No, that was a no.
But
No, yeah, it was.
In fairness,
Sounded more like Brian.
there's a lot of Liverpool that are Irish. So there is
Hang
a
on a
certain
minute.
amount
There's a
of
lot of Irish that are Liverpool, you mean?
Anthony's Irish? I never knew you were Irish, Anthony.
Come on, my surname's Riley. Come on.
Yeah, so you're going to have a certain mixing of the accents. There's no doubt about it. There's too many Irish people that move to Liverpool and Manchester.
And vice versa. There's a lot of Liverpool that moves to Ireland as well.
Oh, there? I didn't know that.
It's not O'Reilly, right? It's just Riley. Right?
Well, I suppose there's a difference between O'Reilly and Riley, but they're both Irish names. But I think mine's the English.
It's always O'Reilly. It's always O'Reilly. There's no such name as Riley. There's only O'Reilly.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh, really, O'Reilly?
That's like Gra. No, or Gra. There's no Gra. There's a Mugra. There's no...
Okay, fascinating.
You know what I mean?
Well, hold on a second.
Guys in Discord, is that any better?
It's better, but there's still some issues. Maybe after the show, I can.
What are the issues?
If it's on, well, it's not as bad, but it's still like breaking in every now and then. It's like there's a chop. If you're messing with Discord settings, then I need to look at your Discord settings after the show, and then we can just sort it out quickly.
Okay.
Are we safe to speak now?
No, you're never safe to speak, Neil.
What
It's
about
always-
O'Neill? Because there's a lot of O'Neills. Is it just Neil or is it O'Neill?
All right, Neil, you're coming in pretty good now.
Brian?
Brian, we need some Irish
There's
accents.
MacNeil and there's O'Neill. There's no Neil. There's MacNeil and O'Neill. I've never heard of Neil.
My understanding
came
was
in.
that the way my surname is spelled is the English version of the word of the Irish name.
Go on.
Well, there was a chop on Sleeping Warrior for a second.
Okay.
You want another radio check? I'll give you another one. Lost one. This is lost 3. Or you lost 2 over.
You usually come in good. Yeah, you came good.
The Americans coming
Radio
good
check,
before
radio
it started.
Radio check 1 2 1 2 from Eli.
Eli,
You're good, Eli.
Yeah. Adam, you there?
Yeah, let's see if I can ruin it. Then that's I'd coming in 1 2 1 2.
You're good near the end. At the beginning, you chopped.
See, the
So at the
Americans.
beginning I was chopping, but at the end, by the time I spoke a bit, it pulled it in, yeah?
You've been good the whole time, except when Neil interrupted you.
Did you hear both me and Neil, though?
Yeah, I picked you guys both up, but Neil was cutting into your audio.
Fine. So it's noise suppression that's causing the problem. So there's an automatic button that doesn't seem to appear in the settings of Discord.
Oh yeah.
Bottom
Okay,
left.
turn automatic noise sensitivity off and turn it to 60.
What to 60?
60, yeah.
What to 60?
The auto sensitivity. Oh no, you're what? Let me look what you're looking at.
Input sensitivity.
Oh, input sensitivity.
It's in minus.
Hold on, let me get there.
It's in minus numbers.
Yeah, let me get there a sec. Let me see here. Server.
Voice and video in the cog. You're watching this on a recording, it's just tough luck. We just have to do this, and it's the best way to do it if it's working and functional. Everyone, go on.
All right, my input volume I have at maximum. My output I have halfway. My automatic determined input sensitivity I have at 59 or 60.
Input sensitivity is in minus numbers. You mean minus 60?
Minus 60.
Yeah, he means mine, yeah.
Right. And also make sure you have audio crisp turned off. You know where you go to hang up?
Yeah, that's
when you hang up out of Discord?
Well, now, just before I keep changing more and more things, so I've just changed output volume and input sensitivity. Has that improved things at all? For me speaking, at least.
A whole lot.
Yeah?
Right.
What about guys from G+? Guys from G+, can you just say a few things?
Yes, I'll give another radio check.
I'll come in and overtalk on you then.
Perfect.
Holy shit.
Perfect. Did you hear Adam overtalk?
Even Rumble, it sounded great.
All right.
Even Rumpusing.
Okay.
All right, there's one more thing.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you guys are all good now.
100 by 100.
Let me.
What about me?
Let's
What
turn
about
off
Brian?
one more.
Can you hear me? Am I coming in?
Yes, we hear you.
doesn't really matter.
Nah, you can mute Brian. You can just mute Brian.
Yeah, let's just mute Brian. So that's all good now.
Brian,
so we're all good.
Yeah. Right. Also, you know where you go to hang up? Get out of all those settings. And you know when you normally go hang up to get out of Discord? It says something noise suppression powered by Crisp. You can turn that off if it's on.
Yeah, that was the one that I was just about to say. It's right next to the hang up button. That's why I didn't.
Yes.
It was the only one. As soon as I pressed that button, everyone, oh, that's better. So that was the problem.
Yeah, make sure that thing is turned off. Yeah.
Why don't they put that in the audio settings rather than right next to the hanging up button? Whatever.
Well, I think the bigger problem is, why was I getting the blame for 2 weeks?
Well, the noise
That's a much
suppression,
bigger
Chris doesn't like the Irish, probably. That's all. Don't worry about it.
No. What was happening was the noise suppression sees Brian's god-awful mic as so horrendous that it sees it as noise. I was saying that the whole time. I just didn't know which. Inside the settings for sound, there is no button to do that. And then, can I show it? Will it appear? Can I scroll all the way down?
I understand, Nathan. I understand. I understand that I learned a little bit, as you know, about sound engineering. I understand it. I'm only joking.
I thought you had like one of those noise suppression and like OBS or something like that was doing it.
No, absolutely not. I try and keep everything as clean as possible. I do use limiters and compressors, but they're only on the output. So they are only relevant to what goes into YouTube. They're not at all everything that we should hear. I don't want any of that crap anywhere near any of it. I want one series of filters in OBS for the output to YouTube and everything else clean. So there should be no filters on anything between channels. So finding that there's a bloody noise suppressor in between, ugh.
Yeah, it's the worst thing you can ever have is a load of filters and stuff. Because if you think about it, your YouTube is your master in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my master output
channel.
line. Exactly. Yeah. YouTube is the master output, and that will I've set all the compressors to get the overall output level to YouTube perfect, so that it's all nicely balanced. But internally, I need everything clean. So having I just know it's there, but having a suppressor between a filtered noise limited gate that I'm trying to control in Banana that I need clean is the worst possible thing, and you just got to track it down and find it and turn it off, which is what we've done now. So that last 2 weeks of horrible audio for Discord should now be resolved.
Right.
Hooray!
It's got to take a little more than 2 minutes to convince me. Let me hear it in a week that there's no problems in Discord.
I know there's no
Don't
problems.
be a doubting Thomas, Neil.
I know there's no problems. I can see that the light for me now, as I talk, when I pause for a moment, the light doesn't immediately turn off. It only turns off if I pause long enough for there to be considered a gap.
Right. And just to clarify, I don't think Reg Joe was hot micing before. I think there was just a misunderstanding. Just to clear that up.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, he
Do I
wasn't.
have to go to ancient history?
What?
I've heard all of these things before, and then there's a problem. I'm not a doubting Thomas. I'm stating reality.
Neil's suggesting that the
Exactly
computer
what
will
David
crash
Thomas
next.
is.
Yes, it probably will, Neil.
Neil, I apologize if that came out wrong.
Put a cork in it, answers in Joshua.
Listen, you. Just because you're one of the only ones allowed to tell me to shut up, don't take advantage of that.
Shut up, Neil.
Who else is allowed? I want to know.
We need who's the nominated punchbag now that whilst Arwen's in his upset state, like, because we need someone that we can blame all the time.
Arwen was never a punching bag. That's number one.
You are Sleeping Warrior. We did just establish that 2 minutes earlier. Are you trying to rewrite history or something?
Honestly, these Scousers, I've got no idea. A bit thick, aren't they, these Scousers?
Yeah, bloody Scousers. They don't pay attention. Yes, you now, whipping boy.
Anthony,
Sometimes the dog
representing
starts
court.
barking randomly. I can't hear you, but it's okay.
Too many pies in your ears. Being in Wigan, you see.
You don't put pies in your ears in Wigan. It's a myth.
It's a myth.
Is this a knock on Liverpoolians?
This is English nonsense. No one understands you Englishmen. Okay?
Did you hear the Umi?
It's just little jabs, isn't it? It's like we're dancing around the boxing ring, and these little jabs come in. They don't hurt, but they're like, you little bastard.
Did you hear the Umi Scouser that came in? Did you hear that video?
The what Scouser that came in?
Gonna expose you. That guy.
No, I don't think it did, though.
JC23. I think that was his name.
We all see it, like.
Your Scouse accent sounds more like Brummy, Nathan.
He's going to expose you, Nathan.
Good enough for the Americans.
What's Scouse?
Neil sounded Irish.
Shut up, Anthony.
Anthony's
What
Scouse.
is Scouse?
Liverpudlian.
Scouse is the dialect. Anyone from Liverpool speaks Scouse, and they also eat Scouse as well.
What is it?
It's just a dialect, a local dialect.
How can you eat a dialect?
Oh no! So it's got two words. So there's Scouse the food, which is basically like soup. It's like a soup or a stew where you put all the potatoes, carrots, meat, mix it all in a big pan, bit of gravy, and before you know it, you end up with like a I don't know what you would call it in America, but you'll have a name for that.
We call it stew.
Yeah, we call that Scouse or lobbies.
That's where the term Scouse came from. Then.
Well, again, it's maritime, isn't it? I think it's a word from back in the nautical days, I believe.
No, it's what do you call an Irishman that can swim?
Scouser.
Or Scouser, yeah.
What do you call a Scouser in a suit?
Go on, in court.
The defendants.
That's what when I saw Jimmy Carr down here in Birmingham, he would be like, asking who's in the room, and he's like, any Scousers in? And one guy goes, yay. He goes, oh, you're right. You down on the rob?
Yeah.
So I can call.
It's always a thing.
No, wait a second. I'm searching for more digs. So I can call people like you. Not a Scouser. Would that work?
Nah, it has to be. It has to be. That don't work. That just won't work. Just never. Just never do that ever.
It's not an
That's
insult, by the way.
let's
Just let me get that clear. It's not an insult.
You know
What about you self-eating bastard, you?
Yeah, all of us at once, I would suggest. It's not an insult. If I say, "Oh, you're a Scouser," you'd go, "Yeah." You wouldn't go, "How dare you?" It's not quite like that. But you can say, you can. No, my wife's in the background making. Don't do that. It's naughty and racist.
What about if they say that someone who's not? Let's just say if I said to Adam, "Are you a Scouser?" Would he be insulted?
No,
but if you do it like this, Brian, if you go, "Oh, Brian, great, Tony's here. He's a Scouser. I need help with these benefits forms."
Exactly. It's how you phrase the fact that they're a Scouser. Where have my wheels gone? Why is it propped up on bricks?
It's always with the implied slang, isn't it? Like, a good example would be, don't leave your car keys lying around with him in the room. You're not actually saying it, but it's implied, and that's how you use the slur.
Yeah,
well, I tried to say twice earlier when I've said it in the past. I said, "Anthony, he'll represent you in court and he'll rob your phone."
Got to fix that train wreck mic, number one. So I can't say you knuckle dragging Scouser. It
Yes, you
sounds
can.
really good. I like it.
Yeah, no,
but
you can.
it's wrong.
You can.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, you can, and it becomes an insult then. But you're just categorizing where he's from, and
yeah, but no one uses it like that though. It's always inferred. So it's like, like if it doesn't matter what your topic is, right? You can talk about anything. You can talk about anything negative in society whatsoever. If you can pin it in some way to a Scouse connotation in some way, it's subtle. You've got to say something like, I can't really think about it on the fly, but it's not expressed. It's always subtle, and you imply that it's because he's a thief or it's because he's a robber or anything negative, but it's by implication, not expression.
Got a really nice tracksuit the other day. Oh, I didn't know
I've
you
really
were
got
from
an itching to do my car on bricks example. You find your car on bricks.
You said I was authorized with you knuckle dragging Scouser. You said, yes, I could do that.
Yes, you can.
I'll give you a cracking example, right? John, Christmas morning, my brother turns up to my mum and dad's house to give me mum and dad presents, right? My mum opens the present for her, and it's a bottle of women's aftershave lotion or smelly, like perfume. And he says to me, Mum, he says, just check it. I've not left the prices on there, have you? And I says, no, you've left the security tags on, though. And everyone starts laughing. Now, what that's implying is that he's nicked it. But it's not expressly saying it, but it's implying it because he left the security tags on. And that's how you've got to be subtle with it.
Yeah, but that doesn't have any Scouser in it. Let's get back to Nathan. Nathan said I was justified with knuckle dragging Scouser.
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay,
I think you'd be better off going back to rapping, Kiwi.
To keep the implication in and have something by inference, right? I've got an example. I've tried it 4 times, but I'm never going to get it out, am I? For 5th attempt. Right. So you find your car on bricks and you go, oh, someone's nicked my wheels. And you go, well, that's weird. I thought the neighbour's Scouse son went back up to Liverpool. See, it's inferred that the Scouse son's robbed the wheels.
Yeah, that's it. That's how you do it.
No, that's wrong, Nathan. You go out and you see that that's wrong. You go out and you see that your car is on blocks, and you go. Have I woken up in Liverpool?
Yeah, that's another way of doing it. But what the interesting irony is, the car crime capital statistically in the United Kingdom is Manchester. Yet Liverpool always gets tarred with the brush of nicking cars and wheels and hubcaps and all that. Because in the 80s, it was rife. Car stereos, Liverpool would nick them, right? Nicking wheels all the time in the 80s. Yet car crime capital in the whole of the country is Manchester. The irony is unbelievable.
Like
Brooklyn or the Bronx.
You know why? Because Manchester's right next to Liverpool. Where do you think they get that? They're not robbing from Liverpool, are they?
No, they learn in Liverpool and then promote themselves and they end up in Manchester.
Yeah, they get robbed from Manchester, that's why.
The thing is, though, if you go to Liverpool, it's got the lowest price second-hand tyres in the whole country.
They're everywhere.
So we're properly away from Scousers. I like the term. It sounds derogatory. And what if I Jedi mind trick people into knuckle dragging Scouser?
No,
they
because
love it. The
We
terms
already
down to the
no.
embrace.
No,
Shut up, Neil.
I think their
yeah,
objection.
he's right. Neil's right. Most people wouldn't get it.
The objection is that the slur doesn't fit the character. To imply that somebody's there's no implication that Liverpudlians are thick. That's not the implication. Quite the opposite. Devious and sneaky and are getting away with robbing stuff left and right. That's not saying
Yeah,
stupid knuckle
streetwise.
dragger, is it?
Yeah, they're very streetwise. They're not daft at all.
Exactly, very streetwise. That's the general
you've got-
impression of a Liverpudlian is they're very streetwise. That's a good word.
Got yesterday's accent, Neil, the Welsh, or the Brummie accent. That'll be, or a Oakley accent, something more a country like that. That'll be stupid, wouldn't it? Talking like that.
Exactly. Welsh, West Country, and Birmingham, you can say knuckle dragger because your knuckle dragging Brummie definitely works. Knuckle dragging Welshman definitely works. You know, and the accent matches it. Well, it might not match perfectly, but you know, some people think the Brummies are quite slow.
Okay, there's another one. Brummie. What the hell is a Brummie?
Someone from
Birmingham.
Just from
And they're
Birmingham?
known as yams. They're known as yam yams.
No, they're not known as yam yams. That's West Country. That's people from the Black Country, sorry. Black Country are yam
Didn't
yams.
you just call Tommy Brummie?
Yam yams are Black Country.
Yeah.
Brummies are
He
Brummies.
called himself Brummie.
Yam Yam's Black Country, that's right. Tommy was, I used to call Tommy a Brummie or a Yam. And he never really distinguished from either. He seemed to accept both.
Wow, you could call him a yam. Wow, that's like derogatory. Yeah.
Yam yam is a way people in the Black Country speak, and it's like Birmingham on steroids.
Well, Italians, you call somebody a yam or an eggplant, you're referring to a black person.
It's just
No, they're not
yam,
referring
yam,
to
yam.
the vegetable. They yam. That's how they're actually yamdals. They surely yam yam. That's how they're talking. Yeah.
But the vast majority of English people can't distinguish between Yam and Birmingham, Brummie. They can't distinguish. But if you're from that area, you can.
Oh, you're a Brummie if you're from Birmingham.
Yeah, me. I'm a Brummie. Yes,
well, that's why
me.
I call Brummie.
Yeah,
the
me.
boxer.
I knew there was something wrong with Nathan.
And it's bottom of the pile, so Brummie's lower. Scouser is actually slightly a cut above because of the streetwise nature of your average Scouser, above Birmingham. So Birmingham in that sort of hierarchy is lower than Liverpool.
I
think Birmingham's lower. I think Birmingham's lower because most people find the accent in Birmingham terrible, but a lot of people like the Scouse accent.
Correct.
I'm not saying all.
No, not
Speak for
everybody, but
yourself.
it's more favoured. That's right. That's what I say. I mean, they're still low on the pile, though. Both of them.
Yeah, definitely.
I like the Birmingham accent.
But then again, all the strong accents are Geordie, Cockney, Brummie. They're all low on that accent because the stronger the accent, the lower it is.
I don't know. London's pretty strong accent, right? And it's
Shit. Nah, Cockney wankers, Cockney cunts. Go on.
Don't
Not
swear.
me.
Oh, that's demonetised this video permanently. Well done.
No swearing.
No, Cockney's definitely not high on the list. It's really low. All the main cities are.
London's higher than Liverpool and Birmingham, though, is the point.
Is it? I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah, if you're a Cockney, you're considered.
Came from Liverpool. That's got to make him famous.
You're a cut above a cock.
If you're a white boy from Essex.
You're a cut above a
If you're a white
Scouse.
boy from Essex, yeah.
I get to say this sentence, am I? You're a cut above a Scouser if you're a Cockney.
I think that's only true if you're a Cockney, yeah. But if you're a Scouser or if you're a Manc and you think which one's worse, Scousers or Cockneys, they're both as bad as each other.
Manc and London are equal, both above London and above Scousers and Brummies. Birmingham's bottom of the
think they're
pile,
all
followed by
above each
Liverpool in this example, followed by Manchester, followed by London. So in this example, so far so good. London's top of the pile.
I don't think so.
People think Cockneys are cool.
I can see why you say that, but
People think Cockneys are cool. People think Cockneys are cool.
If you think no, I think Essex boys are considered higher because they're not the whole of London, are they? They're not Cockneys as a whole; they're just a section of it, and they are considered to be higher because Essex wide boys, all those Chelsea tractors and all that. That's all Essex, isn't it? But when it comes to London as a whole, I don't agree that that's any better or any worse than anywhere. It's London compared to say Birmingham. from a Liverpool or Manchester perspective, they're pretty much the same. Neither one's better or worse than the other. They're both as bad as each other.
If you say so.
That's my own. That's only my interpretation.
London's a shithole. Other than things like Cockney, which is no longer Cockney anymore, it's got nothing to do with it. You look at London now. What is the accent? Don't know. It's this
What's the
strange
language?
Dialect, isn't it? It's got nothing to do with Britain anymore. It's the most multicultural world blob merging of, or not non-merging of multiple cultures. There isn't any culture there anymore.
Taking the whole culture away.
No, there's just pockets of people from different parts of the world retaining their own culture. There isn't a culture in London. That's why it's a vile place to be and live. Right?
Yeah, but you're supposed to hold on to the culture, even though you bring in your own. Italian Americans came, but we held on to the American culture. That's why any deli, you see Italian American flag. We didn't abandon it. We embraced it.
That is literally the distinction or the difference between Americanism against English, because we're not allowed to do that because it's perceived to be racist and white privilege. Whereas Americans are nationalists and they will do that. We're not allowed to do that. It's we owe somebody a living if we do that.
That's right.
Wait a second. So you mean to tell me you can come from another country and set yourself up in London and not, what do you call it, not fly their flag?
Neil, let me put it even worse to you.
Yeah, just
right
agree
now
with him
in
before
parts
you
of
do.
Britain-
Before you do, though, Adam, just agree with him because he's asking for the sentiment. Just say yes first.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yes,
That's right,
yes.
Ian.
And let me make it clear how bad it's got. There are parts of communities that operate under a different rule of law, that they've been gifted the ability to operate Sharia law as well within our country.
That's not true. That's propaganda.
No, it is true. You can sign up for Sharia courts. You sign up, whether pressured or not, to have a secondary judgment under Sharia law. This is being permitted.
I don't believe that's true. I reckon that's
yeah.
Sharia court has no jurisdiction in the UK.
It doesn't, unless you agree to it. And that's the point, is it? But it's still then, withstanding, you can sign up. Yeah. We're allowing these things in our country.
There is actually a parallel with the States. They have a similar thing with arbitration in Scientology. Did you know that?
There you go.
You ever heard of that? Arbitration? Their own internal court. They can say, this is, as per our law and doctrine, not privileged to be going through the US justice system. It will be dealt with internally with their own internal courts and arbitration. And that's how they've managed to keep a lot of their illegal activity out of the normal criminal justice system. The Scientologists, that is.
Just pushing Neil's point one step further. Neil, you said, so you're saying that as a foreigner, I can come to your land and set up shop, and yeah, that's absolutely true. To the point where we don't even celebrate St. George's Day being the national day of like our English country day. We don't celebrate that. It's very much low key. We do celebrate it, but there's no street parties or anything like that. You're not allowed to do that. But when it's Paddy's Day, my God, everyone goes nuts. When it's St. Andrew's Day for Scotland, everyone goes nuts.
And
but we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, but the Irish are the same way here. The Irish acknowledge, and they don't just like come and set their own culture up. They embrace the American culture too. I think that's a tragedy if that's what's happening in England. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's been happening for years, mate. Years. That's why everyone's cheesed off, because we get cold rates.
It depends where you are.
Time.
Ah, that might be true in London. You can't just stereotype it like that's true absolutely everywhere. And there are.
It is true everywhere.
Oh, okay. I would challenge that and say that in parts of Birmingham that I lived in, there were absolutely elements of that. Certain areas that were very much populated by the mosque and the Muslim food stores and the Muslim butchers, and yeah, I don't disagree that there are elements of that, but it's rife in London and has been ever since I can remember. It's always been like that since I was growing up as a kid. But if you go further and further north, it's less and less like that.
Well, it is, but it's still there, though. That's the point.
It's not the question of if it's there or not. Is it if they're disrespecting and not honoring the country they're living in, then it's a problem for me.
No, right. So I specifically cited London. What Nathan's saying is correct. You go to Birmingham, yeah. If you come to Nottingham, there will be a small section like where there might be more Pakistanis on that street and more West Indians on that street, but the community still exists, yeah, and it exists of all those different integrated groups, yeah, which work, yeah. They still have their own mosques. Some go to church, some don't, you know. But what you don't have is large communities where it's just West Indians here, just Africans over here, just Pakistani Muslims over here, just Hindus, just to the point that in London, you've got two sections of Eritreans fighting now on the streets. Yeah, the war in Eritrea is spilling onto London streets, and these two disparate groups have took their battle from another part of the world to the streets and community of London. And they've set it in their community. It's not going off all around London. There's not Eritreans out arguing. There's just one area where they're fighting. And that's the difference between London, like I say, where it's not multiculturalism. It's just lots of cultures setting up in their own. And that is to the detriment of society. I'm going for a body and, you know, seeing the West Indian bloke in the Balti house next to, you know what I mean, run by Mr. Singh, who's Sikh. That's part of the fun of Britain, yeah. But what you do see is a destruction of, particularly in London, where there is no underpinning adjoining value for people, like being British. You're still British in Nottingham to me, but I don't think you are in London. The difference is that tag. As Tony said, if you try to use the term English, it's painted as some form of nationalist racism. Say you're Scottish, you can be proud of that.
Oh yeah, that was the point. It's like it's to do with whether or not we can celebrate and our heritage and all that. Americans are very nationalist, and they've got a lot of the stars and stripes, and the flyovers that they have, and the military presence at big events. They've got all that nationalism that goes on. We only get that when there's a royal family, but we don't really get that any other time of the year for any other reason. And you would think you would get it on St. George's Day. We just don't seem to get that. It's very subdued and underplayed, and it's almost like it's a dirty celebration. You know, you should be ashamed to be English. That's how it is at the minute, in my experience.
It's like I
was filling the form in at my doctor's, and she asked me what nationality I was, and I said English. And she said, "You can't have English. Are you white British?" I said, "No, I'm English." She went, "You can't have it." I said, "Hold on a minute. What are you?" And she said, "I'm Scottish." So you can be Scottish and I can't be English.
That's something wrong with that.
That's how it is. It's a dirty word.
In England, this happened in England.
Yes.
You can't be English.
I cannot be English in England.
What the fuck?
No swearing.
You can be
saying we can't be America in Brooklyn.
You can be anything else, though. If you're from, like, Swaziland, I'm Swazilandish, if that's the right word. You can say that and you can be proud, but you can't say you're English. You have to say something else.
White British, if you're white.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I mean, it's totally ridiculous, because I've been watching, I follow Paul Joseph Watson, a guy on YouTube, which he may have heard of. And he's very much...
He's a bloody scouser and all.
Yeah, well, the point is, he's been pointing out all the nonsense that's going on. It's like, it's ridiculous. I mean, me being Irish, I think it's me even being Irish, right? And the history that Ireland has with Britain and England, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that people in England can't fly their own flag and, you know, say they're English and be proud of it. It's like that's the country.
This is how ridiculous the flag scenario is, right? When the Ukraine war started, there were a lot of support for Ukraine for whatever reason, right? And the schools were flying flags of Ukraine to show respect to Ukraine because they were being attacked by Russia. And at the time, nobody really had a problem with it for whatever reason. It was just accepted. But when Israel then counterattacked Palestine and they started putting Palestine flags up, they were all told to remove the flags. And they were saying quite legitimately, in my opinion, hang on a minute. When it was Ukraine being attacked by Putin, everyone had the flags up for Ukraine, but when it's Palestine being attacked by Israel, why can't we have the flags up? But they were ignoring that it was a retaliation for what happened earlier, and that was the problem. They just wanted to claim the victim status. Ukraine didn't do anything to justify why Russia moved in, as far as I can tell. But that's not the same, is it? So when the other attack... Pardon?
Be careful with that. When everybody's pointing to the bad guy, I'm wondering who's the bad guy.
Yeah, but that's the point, isn't it? Everyone's asking, well, why was it the Ukraine flag was allowed, but the Palestine flag's not? And when people point out, well, that was because the attack from Israel was a retaliation attack, they don't like to hear that bit. So it got very, very sensitive for a few days at the end of Christmas. It was very, very dodgy.
There's always a superpower and there's always an underdog. You know, it's crazy. You know, when you have new people that are introduced to the subject, there are these journalists that are like so ready to get off of the legacy media train. There are these new journalists that coming into the whole situation like, well, you know, what the fuck is going on with Palestine? Like, if you pay attention close enough to politics, you can see that everyone who is a public figure, meaning everyone who somehow has found their way to your phone or your eyes, is going to flip positions. And the only thing that makes sense to me is that because it's all fake anyway. All the shit. Because when we talk about FE, we're like, well, let's just focus on the measurement. There's no measurement of curvature. The end. Like, but when we talk about politics, it's like, oh, well, America's this and China's that and Russia's. What are we talking about? Is that a reification fallacy? Technically, some
stereotyping.
Say again.
I think you're right. They're all on the same team.
Neil's going to interrupt me. Stereotyping fallacy.
Okay. No, because the U.S. is not a person, and the U.S. is not a human being, and neither is any of these other corporations, aka countries or whatever.
Oh, Neil.
No, it's just saying. I think Eli's right. They're all hashtag same team. There's no different countries to me. It's whoever the elite are. That's it.
Think about it.
You guys are bouncing off the walls, dude. I'm just looking for English insults. And now we're in the. What the hell is wrong with you people?
We passed that about 20 minutes ago, QE. Now we're talking about how the world is being run by Lucifer.
Oh, brother. You brought the devil into it.
It's true.
Politicians.
That's the bottom line.
That's the one common denominator.
That's right. The prince of the power of the air, deceiving all the nations.
It ain't a geographic location called China.
It's Nikki's fault. All this.
Whose fault?
Nikki.
Little Nikki?
It's nothing to do with anybody else.
I mean, I say Satan's got to be involved. I mean, they're taking angles from hell. Shit, so I don't know.
No, it's very simple. People want to point the finger at governments, politicians, secret societies, the devil, blah, blah, blah. It's very simple. The world is a mess because people don't take personal responsibility. Just like they don't want to take personal responsibility when it comes to the subject of flat versus globe. They don't want to accept that they were duped, right? But part of the duping they did to themselves. People don't want to. I'm just a soldier because that's what I do. It's just my job. This ain't nonsense. So I'm only doing my job, you know, as some policeman or woman who's sent to do something with the public that makes no sense and it's just a waste of their time. But because they're sent to do their job to do it, instead of saying, no, I'm not doing that, all of them saying, no, we're not doing that. No, it's just my job. There's no personal responsibility. So the reason the world is in a mess is because human beings have allowed it to be and continue to allow it.
You're just shifting attention away from the real problem. The reason why we're in the mess that we're in is because of the Irish.
I knew it. I knew it was going back to the Irish.
But we are lazy, so you could be right.
I was coming from strictly a scripture point of view, so that's all. That's my understanding.
I understand
Answers,
that, Neil, but
answers in Joshua.
Shut up. Driving, doing an order, and trying to remember what it was. Now, it's not a book called Answers in Genesis, it's a movement. That's news to me. No wonder I couldn't find the book anywhere.
It's not a movement, it's an organization.
Whatever, I couldn't find the book.
Well,
it's obvious they don't have the answers.
Yeah, my overriding point is this. People want to point the finger everywhere but the mirror. That's the problem. The world is what it is because of us. People are starving in... Stop that.
Hold on, Brian. How am I
People are
responsible for that?
starving because the devil is making them starve. Or God is allowing them to starve. Hang on. People are
Okay, that's their government, though.
Hang on, Neil.
Can't hear any of
I'm trying to
it.
tell
Too
you something.
unlistenable. Neil and Adam are ruining it for you, Brian.
I didn't. I
make a
just gave
serious
him a
point
little
here.
bit of background. I didn't carry on.
People aren't starving in the world because the devil is making them starve or God is allowing them to starve. People are starving because other people are allowing them to starve. And often other people are the cause of the starvation. Not
And who
God,
are
not
the other
the devil.
people, Brian?
People.
Who are the other people? There's not an elite that are running everything? Au contraire.
We're off the rails now.
I'm going to start using the word they and them.
Yep.
I didn't say they, them. I said elites.
What, them elites?
There's a deep underlying mystery with Great Britain and the English. You guys are like friggin' numpties or something.
Special.
Tell us how you really feel, Kiwi.
I just think it's like an onion. There's so many different parts that I don't know. I don't understand it because obviously I'm not from England. So, but I can hear it in the way they talk to each other, and it's mystery on top of a mystery. It's got history that I'm unaware of, and then there's the street version. When Anthony comes in, he's like the street version, like street poetry. It's just a convoluted mixture of. It's like a twisted onion. I can never get to the bottom of.
More like a turnip.
It's like a Guy Ritchie movie.
Now that's Cockney.
Y'all pikeys is what's the problem.
And that,
Bloody pikeys.
see, pikeys are special. Brian's got them. We've got them. Sometimes we think our pikeys are just Brian.
The travellers are of Gaelic background.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
They can be, I can't remember why they originally started travelling, but they're all of Gaelic background originally. Whether it be from Britain or Ireland, they're all Gaelic.
Are they British or Irish gypsies?
Well, there's Irish travellers and there's English travellers and that, but they're all of Gaelic background, if you understand what I mean. So
I don't.
Well, it means that their origins are Gaelic. Their origins aren't from Anglo-Saxon or anything else. They're Gaelic.
They all like fighting, John. Wherever they're from, originally, they all love a good fight. they're free people, as far as I see it. They're the remnants. They're the people that opted out of all the shit and change. It might have be dominated by the Gaelic, but they're free people, aren't they? That don't conform.
Well, what does Gaelic mean?
They're of Celtic background. Gaelic is Celtic.
What does Celtic mean?
Well, Celtic's made up by the Victorians and only really refers to the Basque people, but it's something that's used to describe the presupposition and made up pre-Christian people of the British Isles, most fundamentally driven by the Irish in the Gaelicness. But it's that made-up history, that's what it's called, but is where that's what Celtic relates to. But Gaelic is probably more original. Celtic I don't like. Because then you go into Scotland, it then has connotations there. You can then use it to describe any indigenous pre-Christian tribes. So the Welsh as well, they'd be classed as that. But it's just a made-up phrase when you get into any detail term Celtic.
Yeah, I mean, technically the Welsh language would be a form of Gaelic. The old Scottish language would be a form of Gaelic. The Irish language is Gaelic, form of Gaelic. There was a girl here earlier. She's from a traveling background. She's like, she's like from one of the families that were in the Guy Ritchie movie. So, I mean, it's just I don't know, it's just everyday life. Like,
it's a convoluted mess, folks.
So what happened to that language? Is it still being spoken? Gaelic?
No problem. You got big problems over there, dude. You need to keep it.
Let me give you an American comparison. A lot of the Irish traveling families were the originators of what you call trailer parks in the United States. And there's traveler families who have spent generations in those trailer parks, who have Irish surnames, and their families were originally Irish traveler families.
Yeah, but these trailer parks, these trailers don't travel.
Maybe not these days, but at one time they did. That's why they have parks. But they can if they want to. That's the difference.
Brian, don't they? Our travellers move around. They might be trying to be contained, but like I remember going to Dublin once and driving out of the main street and got some really nice planned estates with massive traffic islands. We come up to one of them, and there's 3 caravans parked on there. They've just pulled up on there, and they're going to stop the week on what is the middle of a traffic island. It's a huge field, just like the size of a football field, this traffic island. They thought, oh, sod it. It's perfect. Easy access to the roads, nice big field.
Yeah, I would say every housing estate in Ireland and possibly Britain, I'm sure. Like when I was growing up, I grew up in a housing estate, the one I'm in now. And when I was growing up, like it was often times where there'd be a lot of travellers or gypsies camped down the road from me. And they'd be there for a few months and they'd leave. Then a different group would come along. You know, I have family members who lived with them. I've known, because I grew up where I did grow up, I've known people and been friends with people in the traveller community. You know, like my father as well. My father had some really good friends. It's just the way it is. Like, I mean, they come along and they do come along. They're not these days, not as much because they're stopping them moving around so much. But yeah, that's what they did, and that's why you have trailer parks in the US. Check it out.
Perfect. That's a wonderful note to round out on. Thank you, Brian, so much. With that, though, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a name! What a lovely name!